Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I remember that Friday afternoon in late September when I suggested the camping trip. The four of us were sitting in Kathy's basement, our usual weekend hangout spot. I was 23 then, working a dead-end job at the hardware store, desperate for something to break the monotony. "There's this place about an hour north," I said, spreading out a wrinkled map across the coffee table. My uncle mentioned it years ago, said it was perfect for camping, secluded, quiet, off the regular trails. Kathy looked skeptical, twirling a strand of brown hair around her finger. She was always the cautious one of our group. "Is it even legal to camp there? Sounds like private property." "It's not marked," I insisted. "Just this patch of woods between the state park and some farmland. People go there all the time." That wasn't entirely true. I'd only heard vague stories about the area. Hunters occasionally mentioning strange sounds, or hikers who'd gotten disoriented despite following what seemed like straightforward paths. But I kept those details to myself. "I'm in," said Wes, our resident thrill seeker. "Been too long since we did something interesting." He had that familiar gleam in his eye, the one that usually preceded questionable decisions. "Count me out," muttered Kathy. "Last time we followed your adventure ideas, I ended up with poison ivy for 2 weeks." "Come on," I pleaded. "One night. We'll bring extra supplies, good flashlights. It'll be fun." "I'll go if Kathy goes," offered Blake, always the peacemaker. He'd been friends with Kathy since grade school and rarely did anything without consulting her first. The room fell silent as we all looked at Kathy. She sighed, recognizing her defeat. "Fine. But if anything happens, anything at all, we're leaving immediately. No arguments." "Deal," I agreed, too quickly. We spent the next hour planning, making lists of supplies, checking weather forecasts. It was supposed to be clear skies, cool but not cold. Perfect camping weather. What I didn't tell them was why I really wanted to go there. 3 weeks earlier, I'd been driving past that area and had pulled over, drawn by something I couldn't explain. Standing at the edge of those woods, I'd felt watched. Not threatened exactly, but acknowledged. Like the forest itself had noticed me. I'd walked a few yards in, heart hammering in my chest, before a series of rapid snapping sounds, too deliberate to be branches falling naturally, sent me scrambling back to my car. I needed to know what was out there, and somehow I felt safer bringing friends along. How naive we were, how unprepared for what awaited us in that silent stretch of wilderness. If I could go back to that moment in Kathy's basement, I would have ripped that map to shreds. The following Saturday, we piled into Wes's battered Subaru, the trunk stuffed with our gear. The excitement was palpable, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation that made even mundane conversations feel charged with significance. "Take the next right," I instructed, consulting my phone's GPS. The signal was already weakening as we ventured farther from the main highway. "You sure about this?" Blake asked, peering out the window at the increasingly rural landscape. Fields of corn stretched out on either side, creating natural walls that seemed to guard whatever lay beyond. "Positive," I lied. In truth, I was navigating partly from memory, partly from intuition. The roads had started to look different from what I remembered during my solitary drive weeks earlier. As we bounced along deteriorating asphalt, Wes attempted to lighten the mood with jokes about axe murderers and abandoned mental institutions. Nobody laughed, but we forced smiles, pretending it was all in good fun. An hour later, we reached the unmarked dirt path that I believed led to our destination. Wes pulled the car off the road, partially concealing it behind a cluster of overgrown bushes. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the landscape. "We should hurry," Kathy noted, checking her watch. "I don't want to set up camp in the dark." We shouldered our packs and began walking. first through the edge of a cornfield where the stalks stood unnaturally tall, brushing against our shoulders. The soil felt soft underfoot, yielding in a way that made each step slightly unsettling, as if the earth itself was too thin, covering something else. "This doesn't look like a trail," Blake observed as we pushed deeper into the field. The narrow path we followed seemed to disappear and reappear at random intervals. "It's not official," I admitted. "More like a game trail or something locals use." Eventually, the cornfield gave way to proper forest, a wall of trees that seemed to materialize suddenly, their trunks packed tightly together like sentries. The temperature dropped noticeably as we crossed this threshold, sunlight filtering weakly through the dense canopy. "Jesus," Wes began, then caught himself. "God, it's like stepping into a refrigerator." I led our small procession, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. My boots kept catching on gnarled roots that seemed to emerge from the ground without warning. Behind me, Kathy's breathing grew increasingly labored, punctuated by the sound of her swatting at insects that buzzed persistently around her face. "You okay?" I called back without turning around. "Fine," she replied tersely. "How much farther?" "Not far," I said. Another lie. Truth was, I had no idea how far we needed to go. I was looking for a feeling more than a place. That same sense of being noticed that I'd experienced before. After an hour of hiking, the forest seemed to thin slightly, revealing a small clearing where the underbrush was less dense. Something about it felt right. Secluded but defensible. Open enough to set up our tents, but enclosed enough to feel sheltered. "This is it," I announced, dropping my pack to the ground. The others followed suit, relief evident in their expressions. None of us noticed how quiet it had become, or how the wildlife, birds, insects, even the wind in the trees, had fallen completely silent the moment we entered that clearing. Setting up camp provided a welcome distraction from the oppressive silence that had settled around us. Wes struggled with the tent poles, cursing under his breath whenever they refused to connect properly. Blake gathered stones for a fire pit, methodically arranging them in a circle. Kathy unpacked our food supplies, organizing them with her characteristic precision. I found myself drawn to the perimeter of the clearing, restlessly pacing its edges. Something felt off about this place, but I couldn't pinpoint what exactly was bothering me. The trees seemed normal enough, a mix of oak, maple, and pine typical for this region. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of dead leaves and pine needles. Nothing unusual. And yet... "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" Blake finally verbalized what we'd all been feeling. "I haven't heard a single bird since we got here." Kathy paused her unpacking. "Maybe we scared them away." "All of them?" Wes countered, momentarily abandoning his battle with the tent. "Not even squirrels or chipmunks. Nothing." I tried to rationalize it. "It's getting late in the season. Animals might be less active." Nobody seemed convinced, least of all me. By the time we finished setting up, the sun had nearly disappeared, plunging the forest into premature darkness. We huddled around our small fire, its warmth providing comfort against the rapidly cooling air. Our conversation felt forced, unnatural, as if we were all performing for an unseen audience. "Remember that time in high school when we broke into the old mill?" Wes was saying, trying desperately to recapture our usual camaraderie. "Blake was so scared A sound interrupted him. A distinctive crack of a branch breaking, not close but not distant either. We all froze, eyes darting toward the source. "Probably just a deer," I offered, not believing it myself. We resumed talking, but with less enthusiasm. Every few minutes, another sound would emerge from the darkness. Another snap, a rustle of leaves. Once even what sounded like a dragging noise, slow and deliberate. "It's circling us," Kathy whispered after the third or fourth occurrence. None of us contradicted her. I retrieved a flashlight from my pack and directed its beam toward the trees. The light seemed to penetrate only a few yards before being swallowed by the darkness. I saw nothing unusual, just trees and underbrush, but the feeling of being observed intensified. I'm going to check it out, I announced, standing up. Don't, Blake said, with unexpected firmness. Whatever it is, let it be. I sat back down, secretly relieved for the excuse to stay by the fire. As the night deepened, so did our unease. The sounds continued at irregular intervals, never close enough to identify but never far enough to ignore. We took turns keeping watch, though none of us explicitly acknowledged what we were watching for. During my shift, while the others dozed fitfully in the tent, I noticed something that sent tendrils of fear crawling up my neck. The sounds had stopped, completely stopped, but in their place was a subtle difference in the air pressure, as if something large had moved very close to our campsite. I strained my eyes, scanning the tree line, and for a split second, I thought I saw a figure. Just a shadow, really, slightly darker than the surrounding darkness, standing perfectly still between two distant trees. When I blinked, it was gone. I didn't wake the others. What could I say? That I'd seen a shadow? That the forest felt wrong? Instead, I fed more wood to the fire and waited for morning with growing dread. Around 2 a.m., Wes emerged from the tent to relieve me of my watch duty. His eyes were puffy from interrupted sleep, and he moved with the cautious alertness of someone entering hostile territory. "Anything?" he asked, settling beside me near the dwindling fire. I hesitated. "Not really. Some noises earlier, but it's been quiet for the last hour." "Too quiet," he muttered, poking at the embers with a stick. "This place gives me the creeps." I nodded, reluctant to return to the confines of the tent, but equally uncomfortable staying out in the open. "Wake me if anything happens." "Define anything," Wes replied with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. Inside the tent, Blake and Kathy were sleeping fitfully. Blake had positioned himself protectively near the entrance, while Kathy had burrowed deep into her sleeping bag, only the top of her head visible. I squeezed into the remaining space, trying to find a comfortable position on the hard ground. My mind refused to quiet. Every slight movement of the tent fabric, every subtle shift in the ambient sounds of the forest, registered as a potential threat. Exhaustion eventually pulled me into a shallow sleep filled with fragmented dreams. I woke abruptly to the sound of Blake's voice, urgent and tight with fear. "Guys, wake up, now." The tent was bathed in the gray light of early dawn. Blake was sitting upright, perfectly still, listening intently. "What is it?" Kathy whispered, emerging from her cocoon. "Someone's out there, walking around the tent." Now that we were all alert, we could hear it clearly. Soft footsteps circling our campsite, methodical and unhurried. They paused occasionally before continuing their orbit, each pause lasting just long enough to suggest observation. "Wes?" I called out, suddenly remembering our friend who should have been keeping watch. No response. "Wes!" Blake hissed, louder this time. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. Expectant, calculating. "I'm going out," I declared, reaching for the tent zipper. Kathy grabbed my arm. "Are you insane? We don't know who's out there." "Exactly why I need to check. Wes could be..." I couldn't finish the sentence. The tension was broken by Wes's voice, coming from somewhere across the clearing. "Guys, you up?" Relief flooded through me. "We're in the tent," I called back. "Where are you?" "By the trees. Found something weird. Come look." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. It was Wes's voice, unmistakably so, but there was a flatness to it, an absence of his usual inflections. "Tell us what you found," Blake countered, apparently sharing my unease. A pause. "You have to see it." The three of us exchanged glances. Kathy shook her head almost imperceptibly. "We're coming out," I announced, making a decision. Just give us a minute. I grabbed my pocket knife, a laughably inadequate weapon, but it was all I had, and unzipped the tent slowly. Morning light filtered through the trees, creating a hazy, diffused glow that somehow made the forest look more alien than it had in darkness. We emerged cautiously, scanning the clearing for Wes. The campfire had burned out completely, leaving only cold ash. Our supplies remained untouched where we'd left them. "Wes?" I called again. No answer. "He said he was by the trees," Blake pointed out unhelpfully. Trees surrounded us in every direction. We stood back to back, turning slowly in a circle, searching for any sign of our friend. The forest remained stubbornly empty and silent. Then we heard it again. Wes's voice, now from a different direction entirely. "Over here, hurry!" Without discussion, we moved toward our supplies, grabbing essential items and stuffing them into our day packs. Whatever was happening, we needed to be mobile. "Wes, if that's you, come to the camp right now," I shouted, trying to sound authoritative despite my racing heart. Rustling from the underbrush, movement between distant trees, nothing definitive. "We need to find him," Blake insisted. "We can't just leave." "We're not leaving," I assured him. "But something's not right. We stick together, no matter what." Kathy nodded grimly, tightening the straps on her pack. "If that's really Wes, he'll come to us." As if in response, we heard what sounded like laughter, distant and muffled, but recognizable as Wes's distinctive chuckle. It was coming from deeper in the woods, away from the path we'd used to reach the clearing. "That's not him," Kathy whispered. "It can't be." But even as she spoke, doubt clouded her eyes. What if it was Wes? What if he was injured or disoriented? Could we really abandon our friend based on nothing more than a feeling? The laughter came again, closer this time. Beckoning. "We go together," I decided. Carefully. At the first sign of trouble, we run. Back to the car, back to civilization. With trembling hands, I picked up a sturdy branch that could serve as a makeshift weapon. Blake and Kathy did the same. Side by side, we advanced toward the source of the sound, leaving the relative safety of our clearing behind. The forest grew denser as we moved away from our camping spot, the trees pressing closer together as if conspiring to slow our progress. Visibility extended only 20 or 30 feet in any direction before the woods dissolved into a confusion of shadows and overlapping trunks. "Wes!" Blake called out periodically. His voice sounded muffled, absorbed by the thick vegetation instead of carrying through the air as it should have. I checked my phone. No signal, as expected, but the time read 6:17 a.m. The early morning light should have been strengthening, yet the forest floor remained in twilight, as if the canopy overhead had thickened specifically to block out the sun. "This doesn't make sense," Kathy muttered, voicing what we were all thinking. We couldn't have gone that far from the clearing. She was right. We'd been walking for no more than 15 minutes, maintaining what I thought was a straight line toward the source of Wes's voice. But when I turned to look behind us, I could no longer see any sign of our campsite. "I think we should go back," Blake suggested, anxiety evident in his voice. Before I could agree, we heard it again. Wes's laughter, now seeming to come from somewhere to our right. "Guys, you're going the wrong way." His voice was clearer now, almost normal. Against my better judgment, I changed course, heading toward the sound. Kathy and Blake followed reluctantly. "If this is some kind of prank..." Kathy left the threat unfinished. The ground began to slope downward, gradually at first, then more steeply. The soil became softer, almost spongy underfoot, and the air took on a damp, earthy smell. We were descending into a ravine I hadn't noticed on our hike in. "Wes wouldn't come this way," Blake said. "It doesn't make any sense." He was right. The terrain was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate, fallen trees blocking our path, thick undergrowth grabbing at our ankles, the ground itself seeming to shift and give way beneath our weight. And yet, Wes's voice continued to draw us forward, each call slightly clearer, slightly more recognizable than the last. "I found something! You won't believe this!" It was the excitement in his tone that kept us going. Whatever he discovered, it sounded important enough to justify his strange behavior. The ravine bottomed out in what appeared to be a dry creek bed, strewn with smooth stones and fallen branches. The air was noticeably cooler here and unnaturally still. No breeze stirred the leaves overhead, no insects hummed among the rocks. "Wes?" I called again, my voice echoing slightly against the ravine walls. Silence answered me. "I don't like this," Kathy said, gripping her makeshift weapon tighter. "We need to go back." Even as she spoke, a noise emanated from further down the creek bed, a deliberate shifting of stones, as if someone were carefully picking their way across the rocky terrain. "There!" Blake pointed toward a bend in the ravine where the creek bed disappeared from view. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure rounding the corner, just far enough away that details were impossible to discern. It could have been Wes. It could have been anyone. "Wes, stop!" I shouted, frustration overcoming fear. "This isn't funny anymore." The figure paused, half hidden by a large boulder. Then, slowly, a hand appeared from behind the rock, waving us forward in a come-hither gesture. "That's not Wes," Kathy stated definitively. "I'm not going any further." Blake nodded in agreement. "We need to get back to camp, grab our stuff, and get out of here." I hesitated, torn between the need to find our friend and the growing certainty that we were being deliberately led astray. The figure behind the boulder remained motionless, waiting for our decision. "Wes," I called one final time. "If that's you, come out where we can see you." The hand disappeared. Seconds later, Wes's voice, now noticeably different, with a hollow quality that raised the hair on my arms, floated around the bend. "Come see." That was enough. Without discussion, the three of us began backing away, then turned and scrambled up the slope we had descended. The climb was more difficult than I expected, the soil crumbling beneath our feet, roots and rocks seeming to appear in our path that hadn't been there during our descent. Behind us, sounds of pursuit, light, quick footsteps on stone, then the rustle of vegetation as whatever had been impersonating Wes began to climb after us. "Faster!" I urged, helping Kathy over a particularly steep section. We crested the ravine, breathless and trembling, and plunged back into the forest, no longer concerned with direction, focused only on putting distance between ourselves and the thing below. After several minutes of frantic running, we paused to catch our breath and get our bearings. "Did we lose it?" Blake gasped, bent double with his hands on his knees. I strained to listen past the sound of our own labored breathing. The forest had returned to its unnatural silence. "I think so," I whispered. "But we need to find our way back to camp." Kathy fumbled in her pocket and produced a small compass. I think the clearing was northeast of the ravine. We oriented ourselves and began walking, more carefully now, alert for any sign of pursuit. The woods seemed to have changed somehow. The trees more twisted, the undergrowth more tangled. Nothing looked familiar. "This is impossible," Blake muttered after 20 minutes of increasingly disoriented wandering. "We can't have gone that far from camp." An unsettling thought occurred to me. What if the camp wasn't there anymore? What if nothing in these woods stayed in the same place? I pushed the idea away. There had to be a rational explanation. We were tired, frightened, and disoriented. That was all. "Let's try calling for Wes again," I suggested. "The real Wes." Blake nodded. "Wes," he shouted. "Where are you, man?" We waited, listening intently. Nothing. Then Kathy gasped, pointing toward a break in the trees ahead. "Look." Sunlight streamed through the gap, bright enough to suggest a clearing. Relief surged through me. "The camp," I exclaimed, hurrying forward. But as we emerged from the trees, it wasn't our campsite that greeted us. Instead, we found ourselves at the edge of a vast cornfield, stalks standing tall and unnaturally still in the morning light. "This is wrong," Blake said, stating the obvious. "We didn't come through a cornfield this big." "Actually," I said slowly, recognizing something about the landscape, "I think we did. This is the way back to the car." Kathy's eyes widened. "But what about Wes? What about our gear?" I scanned the edge of the forest, searching for any sign of our friend or the thing that had been impersonating him. Nothing moved among the trees. "We need help," I decided. "We'll go back to the car, drive to town, and get the police or park rangers or whoever has jurisdiction here." Neither of them argued. The prospect of returning to civilization, of escaping these woods, was too tempting to resist. We entered the cornfield cautiously, the stalks brushing against our shoulders as we forged a path through them. The ground felt damp beneath our feet, each step producing a soft, squelching sound. Halfway through the field, Blake suddenly froze. "Did you hear that?" We listened. From somewhere behind us came the sound of corn stalks being parted, as if someone, or something, was following our path through the field. "Run," I whispered. We abandoned caution, plowing through the remaining stalks with desperate energy. The rustling behind us accelerated, keeping pace. Just when it seemed our pursuer would overtake us, we burst from the edge of the field onto a narrow dirt road. Without pausing, we sprinted toward where we had parked the car the previous day. The vehicle sat exactly where we'd left it, looking impossibly normal and out of place after what we'd experienced. Wes's keys were still in my pocket. He'd given them to me for safekeeping when we set up camp. We piled into the car, locking the doors behind us. The cornfield stood placid and innocuous in the morning sun, showing no signs of disturbance despite our frantic passage through it. "What about Wes?" Blake asked as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, and I felt a wave of relief so intense it made my hands shake on the steering wheel. "We'll get help," I promised. "Real help." As I pulled onto the main road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For an instant, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the field, a silhouette that might have been Wes, watching us drive away. Then we rounded a curve, and the cornfield disappeared from view. The local sheriff's office was a small brick building with an American flag hanging limply from a pole out front. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of coffee and floor polish. A dispatcher looked up from her computer as we burst through the door. "We need help," I blurted out. "Our friend is missing in the woods off County Road 17. The dispatcher, her nameplate read Torres, regarded us calmly. "When did this happen?" "This morning," Kathy explained, more coherently than I could manage. "We were camping. He disappeared while keeping watch." Torres picked up a phone. "I'll get Sheriff Dawson." While we waited, I became acutely aware of our appearance. Disheveled, dirty, wild-eyed. We must have looked like lunatics or drug addicts. I tried to smooth down my hair and brushed some of the dirt from my clothes. Sheriff Dawson emerged from a back office moments later. He was older than I expected, maybe mid-60s, with a weathered face and alert eyes that sized us up immediately. "You folks lose someone in Harmon Woods?" he asked, gesturing for us to sit in the plastic chairs against the wall. "Is that what they're called?" Blake asked. "We just knew they were off County Road 17. The sheriff nodded. "That's Harmon Woods. Not really a camping area, though folks do it sometimes." He pulled out a notepad. "Tell me exactly what happened." We took turns explaining. Arriving yesterday afternoon, setting up camp, the strange sounds during the night, Wes's disappearance, the voice that led us deeper into the forest. As we spoke, Dawson's expression remained neutral, but I noticed his pen stopped moving about halfway through our account. "So, let me get this straight," he said when we finished. "You heard what sounded like your friend's voice calling you, but you don't think it was actually him?" "Put that way, it sounded ridiculous." I nodded anyway. "And you left all your gear there? Tents, supplies, everything?" We panicked. Kathy admitted. We just wanted to get help. Dawson sighed, tucking his notepad away. I'll send a deputy out with you to look for your friend and your gear. But I should tell you, folks get turned around in those woods all the time. The terrain's tricky, lots of ravines and hills that all look the same. Easy to lose your bearings. But the voice, Blake insisted. Something was mimicking Wes. Probably an echo, Dawson suggested. Sound bounces around in those ravines. Or maybe it was your friend, disoriented from lack of sleep. You said he was on watch all night? I wanted to argue, but stopped myself. What was the alternative explanation? That something supernatural had lured us through the woods? That Wes had been taken by some malevolent forest entity? When can we go back? I asked instead. Deputy Miller can take you now. I'll put out a description of your friend to our patrols. He eyed us sympathetically. Try not to worry too much. People wander off in those woods fairly regularly. Usually turn up by nightfall, confused but fine. Deputy Miller was younger than the sheriff, maybe 30, with the built physique of a former athlete now going slightly soft around the middle. He drove us back to where we'd parked in his patrol SUV, asking questions about Wes's appearance and what he had been wearing. Sheriff's right about these woods, he commented as we turned onto the dirt road leading to our parking spot. They can play tricks on your mind, especially if you're tired or scared. We weren't hallucinating, Kathy said firmly. Miller raised his hands in a placating gesture. Never said you were, just that the mind fills in gaps sometimes, makes connections that aren't there. We reached the spot where Wes's car still sat. The morning had advanced to early afternoon, the sun now high overhead, baking the dirt road and surrounding fields in uncomfortable heat. All right, Miller said, checking his sidearm and flashlight. You folks point me toward your campsite, but stay close. These woods are easy to get lost in. We retraced our steps through the cornfield, which looked far less menacing in the full light of day. The stalks rustled gently in the occasional breeze, creating whispered conversations that no longer seemed threatening. At the forest's edge, I hesitated. Despite the daylight, despite the armed deputy beside us, something about those trees repelled me. The shadows beneath them seemed too deep, too absolute. It's this way, I forced myself to say, pointing along what I hoped was the path we'd taken the day before. Deputy Miller took the lead, moving confidently through the underbrush. We followed closely, our earlier fear tempered by his presence but not eliminated. The woods felt different in daylight, less actively malevolent, more indifferently dangerous. Birds called overhead, insects buzzed among the leaves, and occasionally small animals rustled in the underbrush. All the normal sounds that had been absent the night before. After 20 minutes of hiking, Miller stopped. You sure this is the right way? These trails branch a lot. I wasn't sure at all, but I nodded anyway. I think so. The clearing was large enough for 2 tents. We continued, the forest growing denser, the ground beginning to slope upward. Something about the terrain felt familiar, yet wrong somehow, like seeing a familiar room with all the furniture rearranged. This doesn't look right, Blake muttered beside me. We weren't going uphill yesterday. Before I could respond, Kathy grabbed my arm. Listen. We all fell silent. From somewhere ahead came a faint sound, a rhythmic tapping, like wood against wood. Could be your friend, Miller suggested, hand resting on his holster. Let's check it out. The tapping led us to another clearing, smaller than the one where we'd camped. In its center stood a weather-beaten wooden post, about 4 feet tall, with what looked like old fishing line attached to it. The line extended to several smaller sticks arranged in a rough circle around the post. The breeze caught the contraption, causing the sticks to swing and tap against the central post, the source of the sound we'd heard. What is that? Blake asked, voicing our collective confusion. Miller approached it cautiously. Some kind of homemade weather vane, maybe? Or a hunting blind? He examined it more closely. It's old, though. Been here a while. I scanned the clearing, searching for any sign of human presence. Food wrappers, cigarette butts, footprints. Nothing. The ground was undisturbed except around the wooden construct. This isn't where we camped, I stated unnecessarily. Miller straightened up. Must have taken a wrong turn. Can any of you get your bearings from here? None of us could. The forest looked identical in every direction. Same trees, same undergrowth, same filtered light creating dancing patterns on the forest floor. Let's try going back to the cornfield and starting over, Miller suggested. Maybe approach from a different angle. As we turned to leave, the tapping accelerated, despite no noticeable increase in the breeze. The sound grew louder, more insistent, as if trying to capture our attention. Miller frowned. That's odd. Let's go, Kathy urged, already backing toward the path we'd used to enter the clearing. We retraced our steps, moving more quickly now. The tapping faded behind us, replaced once again by the normal sounds of the forest. But as we walked, a new sound gradually became apparent. Voices, distant but distinct, engaged in what sounded like playful conversation. That could be campers, Miller suggested, changing direction to move toward the sound. Maybe friends of your missing buddy. The voices led us to yet another clearing, this one immediately recognizable. This is it, Blake exclaimed. This is where we camped. Our tents stood exactly as we'd left them, our supplies arranged around the cold fire pit. Nothing appeared to have been disturbed. Wes? I called out, a surge of hope rising in my chest. Are you here? No response. But the voices we'd heard continued, now seemingly coming from just beyond the trees at the far side of the clearing. Miller drew his weapon. Stay here, he instructed, moving cautiously toward the source of the sounds. We watched as he disappeared into the trees, his uniform quickly swallowed by shadows. The voices abruptly ceased. Minutes passed. The clearing felt exposed, vulnerable. I fought the urge to flee back to the road, to the car, to anywhere but here. He's been gone too long, Kathy whispered. Something's wrong. As if summoned by her words, Miller emerged from the trees, his expression troubled. Find anything? I asked, already knowing the answer from his face. He holstered his weapon slowly. Nothing, no people, no signs of anyone passing through. He paused. But I found this. From his pocket he produced a wallet, worn brown leather, familiar in a way that made my stomach clench. That's Wes's, Blake confirmed, reaching for it. Miller handed it over. It was just lying on the ground, about 50 yards in, like someone dropped it. Blake opened the wallet with trembling hands. Everything was intact. Driver's license, credit cards, a few $20 bills. Why would he leave his wallet? Kathy asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. And where did those voices go? I added. We all heard them. Miller frowned. I didn't hear any voices when I was in there. Just regular forest sounds. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature settled over me. I looked at Blake and Kathy, saw the same realization in their eyes. The deputy hadn't heard the voices because they weren't meant for him. We need to pack up and go, I said firmly. Now. Miller didn't argue. Probably wise. I'll call this in, get a proper search party organized. We hurriedly dismantled the tents and gathered our supplies, working with desperate efficiency. No one ventured to the edge of the clearing alone, and we all pointedly ignored the occasional whispers that seemed to emanate from just beyond the tree line. As we finished packing, I noticed something odd about the fire pit. A small object nestled among the ashes that hadn't been there before. Carefully, I reached down and retrieved it. Wes's lighter, the custom Zippo with his initials engraved on the side. I showed it to the others without comment. We all understood its significance. Wes had been here, in our camp, while we were gone. The hike back to the road felt interminable. Every shadow concealed potential threats. Every natural sound masked potential pursuers. Miller led the way, his earlier confidence noticeably diminished. When we finally emerged from the forest, the late afternoon sun momentarily blinded us. The cornfield stretched before us, golden and swaying gently in the breeze. "I thought I heard something," Miller said suddenly, turning back toward the forest. "Like someone calling." The three of us exchanged glances. None of us had heard anything. "It's just the wind," Kathy said quickly, tugging at his sleeve. "Let's go." Miller hesitated, staring into the trees with an intensity that made me nervous. Then he shook his head, as if clearing it. "Right. The wind." We hurried through the cornfield, our pace just short of running. Behind us, the forest stood silent and watchful, revealing nothing of its secrets. The search for Wes continued for 3 days. Teams of volunteers combed the woods, working outward from our campsite in an ever-expanding grid pattern. Dogs were brought in, their handlers confident they could track any human scent for miles. But the dogs refused to enter certain areas of the forest. They would whine and pull at their leashes, ears flattened against their heads, refusing to advance no matter how their handlers coaxed them. I stayed involved in the search efforts, partly out of guilt, partly out of a desperate need to understand what had happened. Blake and Kathy visited the command post daily, but avoided returning to the woods themselves. On the 4th day, Sheriff Dawson called us to his office. "We're scaling back the search," he informed us, his expression grave. "We've covered every inch of those woods, multiple times. If your friend was there, we would have found him." "So what are you saying?" Blake demanded. "That he just vanished?" Dawson sighed. "People go missing in these parts. Not often, but it happens. Usually there's an explanation. They get lost, fall into a ravine, sometimes even decide to disappear on purpose. Wes wouldn't do that," Kathy insisted. "And if he'd fallen, your teams would have found him." "Unless he wasn't in the woods anymore," I said quietly, the thought that had been forming in my mind for days finally taking shape. "What if he went somewhere else?" Dawson gave me a strange look. "Like where?" I struggled to articulate what I was thinking without sounding completely unhinged. "I don't know. But there's something wrong with those woods. The way sounds travel there. The way you can get lost in a relatively small area. The voices we heard." "Stress and exhaustion," Dawson suggested gently. "Makes the mind play tricks." "All 3 of us experienced the same tricks?" Blake challenged. "Mass hysteria is a documented phenomenon," Dawson replied. "Look, I'm not dismissing what you folks went through, but I've been sheriff here for 22 years. These woods have a reputation, sure, but there's nothing supernatural about them." I wasn't convinced. Has anyone else gone missing there? Besides Wes? Something flickered across Dawson's face, hesitation, perhaps, or reluctance. "There have been incidents. Hikers who got turned around, hunters who came out with strange stories." "And people who never came out at all?" I pressed. Dawson leaned back in his chair, studying us for a long moment. Finally, he sighed. 3 cases in my time as sheriff, all ruled as probable accidents or voluntary disappearances. But yes, people who went in and were never found." The admission hung in the air between us, confirming our worst fears while explaining nothing. "I want to see the case files," I said, surprising even myself with the demand. "That's not possible," Dawson replied automatically. "Those are confidential police records." "Our friend is missing," Kathy interjected. "If there's a pattern, something that could help find him." "There is no pattern," Dawson interrupted firmly. "Just unfortunate coincidences." But his eyes betrayed him. A flicker of uncertainty, a hint of something he wasn't telling us. "What about before your time?" Blake asked quietly. "Any local legends about the woods? Stories passed down?" Dawson stood up, signaling the end of our conversation. I'm sorry about your friend. Truly. We'll keep looking, but you folks should prepare yourselves for the possibility that we may never know exactly what happened to him. As we left the sheriff's office, a new determination settled over me. If Dawson wouldn't share what he knew, I would find someone who would. The town library was our next stop, a small building with an impressively comprehensive local history section. The elderly librarian, Mrs. Walsh, was initially hesitant to help when we explained what we were looking for. Harmon Woods has always been part of this town, she said, shelving books as she spoke. Nothing special about them. We're just trying to understand the area better, I explained, deliberately vague. Any historical information would be helpful. Something in my tone must have convinced her, because she led us to a back room filled with archived newspapers and local records. If you're looking for history, it's all here, she said, gesturing to the shelves. Though I don't know what you expect to find. For hours, we sifted through dusty files and faded newspaper clippings. Most contained nothing of interest. Town council meetings, harvest reports, birth and death announcements spanning decades. Then Blake found something, a newspaper article from 1967, yellowed with age, but still legible. Listen to this, he said, smoothing the paper on the table. Local man claims discovery in Harmon Woods. It says a man named Edward Harmon, must be related to the Woods' namesake, claimed to have found evidence of previous habitation in the forest. He described stone foundations and unusual artifacts that predated European settlement. Any details about where exactly? I asked, leaning closer. Blake scanned the article. Not specifically, just that it was deep within the most remote section of the woods. Keep looking, Kathy urged. There might be follow-up articles. We renewed our search with increased focus, now looking specifically for mentions of Edward Harmon or unusual discoveries in the woods. An hour later, I found what we were looking for, a small article dated 2 weeks after the first. Harmon expedition returns empty-handed. The piece described how Edward Harmon had led a group of 5 men into the woods to document his discovery, only to return confused and disoriented after 3 days, claiming they could not relocate the site. The article had a dismissive tone, suggesting Harmon had either fabricated his initial claims or had been confused about what he saw. There's something else, Kathy said, holding up a brittle page from what appeared to be a local historical journal. This is from 1972. It mentions that Edward Harmon disappeared 5 years after his failed expedition. He left a note saying he was returning to find the truth, and was never seen again. A chill ran through me. So he went back to the woods. And never came out, Blake finished. We continued our research, finding scattered references to Harmon Woods throughout the decades, incidents of hunters reporting strange sounds, hikers becoming inexplicably disoriented, even a brief mention of a scientific study in the 1980s that was abandoned for unspecified reasons. But the most disturbing discovery came from a hand-bound collection of local folklore compiled by a high school history teacher in the 1990s. Among stories of haunted houses and Civil War ghosts was a section titled, "The Watchers of Harmon Woods." The account described how, according to local Native American tribes, the area now known as Harmon Woods had once been considered sacred ground, not a place of worship, but a boundary between worlds that should not be crossed. They believed the forest contained doorways, I read aloud, through which entities they called the Watchers could observe our world. These beings were said to be curious about humans, sometimes mimicking their voices or appearances to lure them deeper into the woods and closer to the doorways. Blake's face had gone pale. That sounds exactly like what happened with Wes's voice. I continued reading. Those who ventured too close to a doorway risked being pulled through to the other side. Not dead, but no longer in our world. The tribes avoided the area entirely, considering it too dangerous even for their most experienced hunters. Kathy shuddered. This is just a folk tale, right? It can't be real. but we all knew it matched our experience too closely to dismiss entirely. "There's more," I said, turning the page. When European settlers arrived, they ignored the warnings and built homes near the woods. Several disappearances occurred before they finally abandoned the area. The foundations of their homes supposedly remain somewhere in the forest, marking places where the boundary between worlds is thinnest. "The stone foundations Harmon claimed to find," Blake muttered. I closed the book, my mind racing. "We need to go back." "Are you insane?" Kathy hissed. "After everything we just read?" "That's exactly why we need to go back," I insisted. "If there's any chance Wes is still alive, still somewhere in those woods, or beyond them, we have to try to find him." "And how exactly do we do that?" Blake demanded. "Wander around until we find a magical doorway to another dimension?" "We find the foundations," I replied, surprising myself with my certainty. "The article said Harmon couldn't relocate them when he went back with others. But what if they're only visible under certain conditions? Or to certain people?" "This is crazy," Kathy muttered, but I could tell she was considering it. "Maybe," I admitted. "But what's our alternative? Except that Wes is gone forever and we'll never know why?" Blake ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration familiar from years of friendship. "If, and this is a massive if, these stories have any truth to them, wouldn't we be risking the same fate as Wes?" "Not if we're prepared," I argued. "We know what to look for now. We know not to follow voices or strange sounds. We stay together, no matter what." Kathy and Blake exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "When?" Kathy asked finally. "Tomorrow," I replied. "Early morning. We go straight to our old campsite and work outward from there." As we left the library, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the town. I felt watched, although when I turned to look, there was nothing there, just empty sidewalks and closed storefronts. That night, in my motel room, I dreamed of Wes. He was standing in a clearing I didn't recognize, surrounded by trees that seemed wrong somehow. Too tall, too straight, too still. He was calling my name, but when I tried to reach him, the distance between us remained constant no matter how fast I ran. When I awoke, gasping and disoriented, my room was filled with pre-dawn light. On the floor beside my bed lay Wes's lighter, the same one I'd found in the ashes of our campfire. I was certain I had left it in my jacket pocket, hanging in the motel room closet. We met at a diner on the edge of town, ordering breakfast none of us would eat. The waitress noticed our tense expressions and subdued conversation. "You folks with the search party?" she asked, refilling our coffee cups. "For that missing camper?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Terrible thing," she continued, oblivious to our discomfort. "But those woods, people around here know better than to go too deep." "What do you mean?" Blake asked, suddenly alert. The waitress shrugged. "Just stories. My grandma used to say those trees had eyes. Silly superstition." She moved on to another table, leaving us with our cooling food and troubling thoughts. We drove separately this time, a precaution in case something happened to one vehicle. The morning was overcast, a layer of thin clouds diffusing the sunlight into a gray haze that seemed appropriate for our mission. At the edge of the forest, we double-checked our supplies, flashlights with extra batteries, compasses, though we all doubted their reliability in these woods, whistles, first aid kits, water, energy bars. I had also brought a digital recorder to document our experience, I told the others, though privately, I hoped it might capture something we couldn't perceive with our ordinary senses. "We stay together," I reminded them as we prepared to enter the trees. "No matter what we hear or see, we don't separate." They nodded solemnly. We had agreed not to inform the sheriff of our plans. He would only try to stop us. And after days of fruitless searching, the official response had dwindled to occasional patrols that rarely ventured far from the established trails. The forest felt different this time, watchful, but not immediately threatening. Birds called overhead, insects buzzed among the underbrush, small animals rustled through fallen leaves. Normal woodland sounds that had been absent during our previous visit. We followed what we believed was the path to our old campsite, though the terrain seemed subtly altered. Hills slightly steeper, ravines slightly deeper, distances slightly longer than I remembered. "Something's wrong," Kathy said after we had been walking for over an hour. "We should have reached the campsite by now." She was right. Even accounting for our circuitous route during the initial hike, we should have found the clearing where we'd set up camp. "Let's try a different approach," I suggested. "Instead of looking for the campsite, let's look for signs of the foundations mentioned in the articles." "And how do we do that?" Blake asked, frustration evident in his voice. "The woods cover miles of terrain." I hesitated, uncertain how to explain the intuition guiding me. I think we need to let the forest show us." "What does that even mean?" Kathy demanded. "It means we stop trying to impose our will on this place," I explained, struggling to articulate my thoughts. "Stop trying to force it to make sense according to our rules. If there's something here that defies normal explanation, we won't find it through normal methods." Blake looked skeptical, but Kathy nodded slowly. "Like how dowsers claim to find water. They don't search logically. They make themselves receptive to something they can't explain." "Exactly," I agreed, relieved someone understood. "So we walk, but with intention. We're looking for Wes, for answers, for anything that feels different." It sounded ridiculous when said aloud, but to my surprise, neither of them ridiculed the idea. Perhaps they too had sensed the strange logic governing these woods. We continued walking, but with a new awareness. Less focused on specific landmarks, more attuned to subtle shifts in the atmosphere around us. I found myself drawn in a particular direction, though I couldn't have explained why if asked. The terrain gradually changed, becoming rockier and more uneven. The trees grew older, their trunks broader, their canopies more expansive. Less undergrowth cluttered the forest floor, as if the massive trees had claimed all available resources for themselves. "It's cooler here," Blake observed, zipping up his jacket. "And quieter." He was right. The ambient sounds of the forest had diminished, replaced by an expectant silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. We crested a small rise and found ourselves looking down into a shallow depression about 50 yards across. At its center stood the remains of what might once have been a building, just a few courses of weathered stone forming a rough rectangle, partially covered by moss and fallen leaves. "The foundations," Kathy whispered, her voice barely audible. We approached cautiously, half expecting something to emerge from the trees and block our path. Nothing did, but the silence intensified, becoming almost physical in its presence. The stone remnants were clearly old, centuries rather than decades. They formed the outline of what must have been a small cabin or outbuilding. Inside the rectangle, the ground was bare earth, devoid of the fallen leaves and plant growth that covered the surrounding area. "Look at this," Blake called, kneeling beside one section of the foundation. He brushed away accumulated debris, revealing symbols carved into one of the stones. Crude but deliberate markings that resembled neither letters nor numbers, but something more primal. "They're all around the perimeter," Kathy noted, moving from stone to stone. "Like a boundary." I stepped inside the rectangle, half expecting some dramatic reaction. A flash of light, a sudden wind, a tearing of reality. Nothing happened. Yet I felt a subtle difference, as if the air inside the boundary had a different quality. Thinner somehow, less substantial. "Guys," I said, my voice sounding flat and lifeless in the strange acoustic of the space. "I think this is it. This is one of the doorways." Blake remained outside the rectangle, clearly reluctant to cross the boundary. "So what now? We just wait?" "We call for Wes," I decided. "But carefully. We're not trying to open anything or cross over. just making contact. Kathy joined me inside the rectangle, while Blake remained outside, ready to pull us back if necessary. "Wes?" I called, loudly but not shouting. "Can you hear us?" My voice fell dead in the still air, absorbed rather than echoing. "We're here to help you," Kathy added. "If you can give us a sign, anything at all." Silence answered us, profound and expectant. I activated the digital recorder, holding it out before me like a talisman. "Wes, if you can hear this recording, give us some indication. Make a sound, say something, anything to let us know you're there." Still nothing. I was beginning to feel foolish, standing in the ruins calling out to empty air, when Blake suddenly stiffened. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I hadn't heard anything, but the hair on my arms was standing on end, responding to something beyond conscious perception. "Play back the recording," Kathy suggested. I rewound the digital recorder and pressed play. Our voices came through clearly, followed by several seconds of silence. Then, just barely audible, a whisper. "Help me." We froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. "Play it again," Blake urged, now stepping into the rectangle to hear better. I did. This time we all heard it. Wes's voice, distant but recognizable, pleading for help. "Where are you?" I called out, recording again. "How can we reach you?" We waited, then played back the recording. Nothing but our own voices this time. "Maybe it's not consistent," Kathy suggested. "Or maybe we need to do something specific to strengthen the connection." "Like what?" Blake asked. "Hold hands? Chant? Sacrifice a small animal?" The attempt at humor fell flat in the oppressive atmosphere. "The lighter," I said suddenly, remembering. Wes's lighter that I found in the ashes, then again in my motel room. I pulled it from my pocket, a simple silver Zippo with Wes's initials engraved on one side. It felt unusually heavy in my hand, and colder than the surrounding air would explain. "I think it's a link," I continued, the idea forming as I spoke. "Something that connects our world with wherever Wes is now." "So what do we do with it?" Kathy asked. I hesitated, unsure. Everything we were doing was based on intuition and folklore, not any established procedure. There was no guidebook for communicating across dimensional boundaries. "Let's try something," I said finally. I placed the lighter on the ground at the center of the rectangular foundation and stepped back. "Wes, if you can hear us, use this to show us you're there. Move it, light it, anything." We watched the lighter, barely breathing. Seconds stretched into minutes with no response. Then, just as I was about to give up, a breeze stirred within the rectangle, a localized movement of air that didn't touch the surrounding forest. The lighter skidded slightly across the bare earth, rotating to point toward the northern edge of the foundation. "Holy shit," Blake whispered. "Did you see that?" Before I could respond, the temperature around us plummeted. Our breath became visible in sudden clouds of vapor. The lighter moved again, more deliberately this time, spelling out a pattern in the dirt. "Here." "Wes," I called, my voice shaking. "Are you here with us now?" The lighter flipped over, then righted itself, as clear a nod as was possible for an inanimate object. "Are you alive?" Kathy asked hesitantly. Another flip and right, yes. "Are you trapped?" Blake added. "Yes." My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear my own thoughts. "How do we get you out? How do we help you?" The lighter began to move more rapidly, scratching letters into the dirt. Daunted paused, then continued. Come another pause. Through. We exchanged glances, the implications sinking in. Wes was warning us against attempting to reach him. "Is there another way?" I asked. "Can you come back the way you went in?" "No." "Are you alone there?" Kathy's question made me realize I hadn't considered that possibility. that Wes might not be the only one trapped on the other side. The lighter hesitated, then spelled Watchers. A chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature ran through me. The entities from the folklore, the ones who observed our world and sometimes lured people across the boundary. Are they hurting you? I managed to ask. No. Studying. The word appeared slowly, deliberately. Studying you? For what purpose? Blake asked. The lighter didn't move for several seconds. Then, curious. An absurd answer that somehow made perfect sense. If these entities were truly from another dimension or reality, human beings would be as strange to them as they were to us. Can they hear us now? Kathy whispered. The lighter moved again. Always watching. As if in response to this revelation, I felt a prickling sensation across my skin, an awareness of observation so intense it was almost physical. The forest around us had gone completely silent. Not even the sound of wind in the leaves disturbed the unnatural stillness. We need to get you out, I insisted, addressing both the lighter and whatever unseen presence might be listening. Tell us how. Can't leave. Why not? Blake demanded. Are they keeping you prisoner? Not prisoner choice. The implication stunned me. You chose to stay, willingly? Yes. Why, Wes? Kathy's voice broke. Why would you choose to stay there? The lighter moved again, more urgently now. Learning secrets, truth. The words chilled me more than any threat could have. Wes had always been the most intellectually curious of our group, constantly questioning, constantly seeking deeper understanding. If these Watchers had offered him knowledge beyond our world. When are you coming back? I asked, already suspecting the answer. Not. The air within the rectangle was now so cold it burned my lungs with each breath. The lighter's movements became more erratic, as if the connection was weakening. Wes, please, Kathy pleaded. Whatever they showed you, whatever they promised, it's not worth losing everything here. The lighter paused, then spelled one final message. Go now, danger. We're not leaving without you, I insisted. But even as I spoke, the lighter flared to life on its own, the flame burning unnaturally tall and blue-white. In its light, I glimpsed something, a distortion in the air above the foundation, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt, but more structured, more intentional. And within that distortion, for just an instant, I saw faces, not human faces, not animal faces, but something that contained elements of both while being fundamentally neither. They observed us with an intensity that felt like physical pressure, their attention an almost tangible force. We need to go, Blake said urgently, grabbing my arm. Now. The rational part of my mind agreed, but something else, some impulse I couldn't name, made me reach for the lighter, intending to take it with us. As my fingers touched the metal, a shock ran through my body like an electrical current. The world tilted sideways, and for one terrifying moment, I saw both realities simultaneously, our forest and another place, overlaid like double-exposed film. That other place was similar to our world, but fundamentally wrong. The trees grew in geometric patterns no natural evolution would produce. The sky held colors that human eyes weren't designed to process, and moving among it all were the Watchers, their forms fluid and constantly shifting. In that instant of connection, I understood why Wes had chosen to stay. The knowledge available there was vast, revealing the universe as infinitely stranger and more complex than we had ever imagined. But I also understood the price of that knowledge. To learn those secrets was to become part of them, to be gradually transformed until returning became impossible. Blake and Kathy dragged me backward, breaking my contact with the lighter. Reality snapped back into focus, the glimpse of the other world vanishing like a dream upon waking. Run! Blake shouted, pulling me to my feet. We fled the clearing, not looking back even as the air behind us seemed to twist and distort. the boundary between worlds momentarily thinning. The forest around us came alive with sound, branches cracking, leaves rustling, voices calling our names in perfect mimicry of people we knew. We ignored them all, running blindly through the trees, focused only on putting distance between ourselves and the foundation. By some miracle, or perhaps guided by whatever vestiges of humanity remained in Wes, we found our way back to the edge of the woods more quickly than should have been possible. The cornfield stretched before us, normal and reassuring in the afternoon light. We staggered through it, gasping for breath, not stopping until we reached our cars parked by the side of the road. "What do we tell people?" Kathy asked as we leaned against the vehicles, our legs weak from exertion and fear. "Nothing," I replied. "Nothing they would believe anyway." And so we didn't. When Sheriff Dawson asked about our unauthorized return to the woods, we claimed we had been looking for personal items left behind during the official search. When Wes's parents called, desperate for updates, we told them only that we had found no new information. The official search was called off after 2 weeks. Wes was added to the small but significant list of people who had entered Harmon Woods and never emerged. Life in the town returned to normal, the disappearance becoming just another local tragedy, eventually to be reduced to a cautionary tale told around campfires. But the three of us knew the truth, or at least a fragment of it. Wes hadn't vanished. He had crossed over, chosen to remain in that other place with its impossible knowledge and incomprehensible entities. Sometimes in the years that followed, I would wake from dreams of that other world. Vivid, detailed visions that felt more like memories than products of my unconscious mind. In these dreams, Wes was always there, changed, but still recognizable, trying to communicate something vital that I could never quite grasp upon waking. And occasionally, rarely, I would find Wes's lighter, the one we had left behind at the foundation, sitting on my nightstand or desk or kitchen counter. I never touched it again, never tried to use it as a conduit. Instead, I would carefully place it in a drawer or box, only to find it gone the next time I looked. A reminder, perhaps, that the boundary between worlds is thinner than we imagine, that realities overlap and intertwine in ways our minds aren't equipped to comprehend. Or maybe just Wes's way of letting us know that whatever he had become, some part of him remembered who he had been and the friends he had left behind. I never returned to Harmon Woods. But sometimes, when I drive past dense forest at twilight, I find myself scanning the tree line, looking for watchers among the shadows, and wondering if they're looking back. I remember when the hills of Pembrokeshire meant nothing but peace to me. Now they're stained with memories I can't erase, tainted by questions I can't answer. My name is Bronwyn Hughes, and I've worked as a critical care nurse at Withybush General Hospital for nearly 8 years. The irregular hours and emotional toll of my profession have always been balanced by the calm I found hiking the majestic Welsh countryside with my border collie, Arth. Arth, whose name means bear in Welsh, was anything but fearful. He confronted the world with a boundless enthusiasm that made even my darkest days brighter. We'd adopted each other 4 years ago when I found him abandoned outside the hospital, trembling and malnourished. The veterinarian estimated he was around 2 years old then, making him a sturdy 6-year-old companion now, or at least he was before that day on Carnangley. My shifts at the hospital often stretched to 14 hours, sometimes longer during emergency situations. The nature of critical care meant I frequently returned home physically exhausted and emotionally drained, having witnessed suffering that most people would struggle to comprehend. This particular week in early May had been especially difficult. We'd lost 2 patients, one elderly man to heart failure and a teenage girl to complications from a car accident. The girl reminded me of my younger sister, with the same delicate features and determined spirit. I'd fought alongside the medical team for hours to stabilize her, but her injuries proved too severe. By Monday, I was operating on minimal sleep and maximal stress. My mother, Gwen, had been looking after Arth during my weekend shift. She lived about 20 minutes away in Haverfordwest and often helped when my schedule became particularly demanding. When she arrived with Arth that Monday afternoon, his excited barking and tail wagging seemed to inject life back into my weary bones. "You look terrible, Cariad," my mother said as she handed me his leash, using the Welsh term of endearment. "Are you sure you don't want to rest before taking him out?" I shook my head, scratching behind Arth's ears as he pressed his body against my legs. "I've been cooped up for days, ma'am. We both need fresh air." She pursed her lips in that way that meant she disagreed but wouldn't press the issue. "At least have some tea before you go gallivanting off." We sat in my small kitchen, steam rising from our cups as she updated me on local gossip and her Women's Institute meetings. All the while, Arth paced impatiently by the door, occasionally returning to rest his head on my lap with pleading eyes. All right, I finally conceded, draining the last of my tea. "We're going now." My mother hugged me tightly before leaving. "Don't stay out too late. The weather report mentioned possible rain tonight." I promised we wouldn't, never imagining that rain would be the least of my concerns. The drive to Carn Angley took about 40 minutes from my cottage in Pembroke. As we wound through narrow country lanes, Arth sat in the passenger seat, his head out the window, tongue lolling in the breeze. The clock on my dashboard read 7:36 p.m. when we pulled into the small gravel car park at the base of the hill. Carn Angley isn't the highest point in the Preseli Hills, but it's one of the most distinctive. Ancient standing stones mark the remains of an Iron Age fort near its summit, and local legends claim it as a place where Saint Brynech communed with angels in the 6th century. The tourist brochures describe it as mystical and atmospheric, but to locals like me, it was simply a beautiful walking spot with spectacular views of the Irish Sea. I'd visited Carn Angley countless times, in all seasons and weather conditions. I knew its paths intimately, the way the main trail forked about halfway up, with the left path leading to the standing stones and the right winding through a small woodland before emerging near the summit. I knew which sections became muddy after rain and where the best views could be found. Or at least, I thought I knew it. As I gathered our supplies, water bottle, small first aid kit, granola bars, and Arth's favorite tennis ball, I noticed the car park was empty. This wasn't unusual for a Monday evening, especially since most tourists visited during weekends or holiday periods. The isolation never bothered me before. In fact, I preferred having the trails to ourselves. The evening sun hung relatively high, promising at least 2 hours of good light before sunset. May in Wales offers generous daylight, with darkness not fully settling until almost 10 p.m. I had my phone with its built-in torch for the return journey, and the trail was well marked. There was no reason to feel apprehensive as we set off up the gentle slope that marked the beginning of our hike. Yet something felt different this time. The usual sounds of birds seemed muted, the rustling of leaves somehow ominous rather than soothing. I dismissed these impressions as the result of my fatigue and recent emotional strain at work. The scientific part of my brain understood that perception is easily influenced by one's physical and mental state. "Come on, Arth," I called cheerfully, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. "Time for our mega walk." He bounded ahead, stopping occasionally to sniff interesting patches of grass or investigate rabbit holes. His joyful exploration temporarily pushed away my unease, and I followed him up the path, unaware that we were being watched. The initial ascent was pleasant enough. Spring had coaxed an array of wildflowers from the hillside. Clusters of bluebells carpeted the woodland edges, while yellow gorse brightened the more exposed areas. The exertion of climbing gradually loosened the knots of tension in my shoulders, and my breathing fell into a steady rhythm that matched my footsteps. Arth zigzagged ahead, occasionally disappearing from view before reappearing with twigs or interesting stones in his mouth, presenting them to me like treasures. His unbridled joy was infectious, and I found myself smiling for what felt like the first time in days. About halfway up, we paused at a natural platform that offered views across the rolling countryside. Farms appeared as patchwork quilts of green and gold, separated by ancient stone walls and hedgerows. In the distance, the afternoon sun glinted off the Irish Sea, a sliver of silver beneath the vast sky. I uncapped my water bottle, pouring some into a collapsible bowl for Arth before taking a long drink myself. The water was cool against my throat, and I closed my eyes momentarily, savoring the sensation and the whisper of breeze against my skin. When I opened them again, I noticed dark clouds gathering on the western horizon. They were still distant, but moving steadily inland. My mother's warning about rain crossed my mind, but I calculated we had plenty of time to reach the summit and begin our descent before any weather arrived. "What do you think, boy?" I asked Arth, who was now sniffing intently at a clump of heather. "Should we continue to the top?" He looked at me with those intelligent brown eyes, then turned to gaze up the path as if considering the question. After a moment, he barked once and wagged his tail. "I'll take that as a yes," I laughed, repacking our water. We took the right fork in the path, entering the small woodland that flanked the eastern side of Carnangley. The trees here weren't particularly ancient or large, mostly oak, ash, and hawthorn that had established themselves over the past century or so. But they grew close together, their branches creating a canopy that dappled the afternoon light into shifting patterns on the earth. The path narrowed here, forcing us to walk single file. Arth led the way, occasionally stopping to investigate animal trails that branched off into the undergrowth. The woodland had always been my favorite part of the hike, a secret green world that felt separate from ordinary existence. Today, however, the shadows seemed deeper, the silence more pronounced. No birds called from the branches overhead, no insects buzzed in the undergrowth. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving the leaves unnaturally still. "Probably going to rain," I murmured to myself, trying to explain away the peculiar atmosphere. Weather changes often affect animal behavior, I reasoned. They were simply seeking shelter before the approaching storm. As we neared the edge of the woodland, where the path would emerge onto the more exposed upper slopes, Arth suddenly stopped. His body became rigid, ears pricked forward, tail motionless. I halted behind him, watching as he tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something beyond human hearing. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, feeling the first real stirring of unease. He didn't respond, remaining frozen in place for several long seconds before abruptly relaxing and continuing forward. I followed, telling myself it was probably a rabbit or fox he'd sensed. Yet the incident left me feeling strangely vulnerable, aware of our isolation in a way I hadn't been before. We emerged from the woodland onto the upper slopes, where the path grew steeper as it approached the summit. The standing stones of the ancient fort were visible now, dark silhouettes against the increasingly dramatic sky. The clouds I'd spotted earlier had drawn closer, transforming the western horizon into a wall of deepening gray. "Just to the top, and then we'll head back," I promised Arth, who had resumed his enthusiastic exploration of the hillside. If only I'd turned back then. If only I'd heeded the warnings, the unnatural silence, Arth's momentary alertness, the gathering storm. But I continued upward, drawn by familiar routine and the promise of that magnificent summit view, unaware that something waited for us among the ancient stones. We reached the summit just as the first distant rumble of thunder rolled across the hills. The standing stones, weathered by countless centuries, stood like ancient guardians around the flattened area that had once been the center of the Iron Age fort. From here, the view was truly spectacular, a panorama of Pembrokeshire stretching to the horizon, with the darkening sea to the west and the patchwork of fields and villages to the east. Under normal circumstances, I would have lingered, perhaps sitting on one of the fallen stones to absorb the tranquility and vastness of the landscape. But the approaching storm and the lateness of the hour urged caution. The sun now hung low, partially obscured by the advancing clouds, casting long shadows across the hilltop. "Let's head back, Arth," I called, turning toward the path. He stood about 20 meters away, near the edge of the summit plateau, his attention focused intently on something I couldn't see. His posture was alert but not alarmed, curious rather than fearful. "Arth!" I called again, more firmly. This time he glanced back at me before returning his gaze to whatever had caught his interest. I sighed, crossing the uneven ground toward him. As I drew closer, I noticed he was looking down the northern slope of the hill. A steeper, more rugged descent than the path we'd climbed. Scattered gorse bushes and occasional boulders dotted this side, creating numerous shadows and hiding places. I peered in the same direction, seeing nothing unusual. "What are you looking at, boy? There's nothing there." But even as I said it, I felt a strange certainty that I was wrong. There was something there. Something watching us from the gathering shadows. The skin at the back of my neck tightened, and I found myself scanning the slope with increasing urgency. A movement caught my eye. Just a flicker at the edge of my vision, gone when I tried to focus on it. Perhaps it was a shadow shifting as clouds passed overhead, or vegetation moving in the strengthening wind. But it left me with an overwhelming sense that we were not alone on the hilltop. "Come on," I said, clipping Arth's lead to his collar. "Time to go." He resisted momentarily, still fixated on the northern slope, before reluctantly allowing me to lead him back toward our ascent path. The wind had picked up significantly, bringing with it the scent of imminent rain. Another rumble of thunder, closer now, emphasized the urgency of our descent. We began retracing our steps, moving more quickly than during our climb. Arth seemed to have forgotten whatever had captured his attention, trotting alongside me with no sign of distress. I, however, couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Several times I turned to look behind us, seeing nothing but the emptying hilltop and darkening sky. The first fat raindrops began to fall as we re-entered the woodland. The canopy provided some shelter, but water still dripped through, pattering against the leaves and earth. The premature darkness beneath the trees made the path harder to follow, and I found myself moving more cautiously, aware of roots and stones that could easily cause a fall. Halfway through the woodland, Arth suddenly stiffened beside me. A low growl built in his throat, not his usual alert bark when spotting wildlife, but something deeper, more primal. The hair along his spine stood erect, and his tail tucked slightly between his legs. I froze, straining my senses against the gathering gloom. Rain tapped against leaves, wind sighed through branches, and beneath these natural sounds, something else, a rustling movement that seemed deliberate rather than random. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding thin and uncertain. "Is someone there?" No response came, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. I fumbled for my phone, activating its torch function. The beam cut through the dimness, illuminating rain-slicked trunks and dripping foliage. I swept it in a slow arc, seeking reassurance in the mundane details of the woodland. The light caught nothing unusual, yet Arth's growl deepened. His body trembled against my leg, communicating fear more eloquently than words ever could. I had never seen him react this way. Not to other dogs, not to strangers, not even during thunderstorms that typically frightened animals. "It's okay," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as him. "Let's keep moving." We proceeded more quickly now, Arth pressing close against my side. The rain intensified, drumming against the canopy above. Water began running down my face, soaking into my jacket. The path grew slippery underfoot, forcing me to divide my attention between watching for hazards and scanning our surroundings. As we neared the edge of the woodland, where the path would emerge onto the more open lower slopes, Arth abruptly stopped. His growl transformed into a whimper, and he pressed himself against my legs so forcefully I nearly lost my balance. "What is it?" I demanded, directing my torch beam ahead. The light revealed nothing but rain-swept vegetation and the continuation of our path. Yet something had terrified my dog. Something he could sense, but I could not perceive. That's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong to the storm or the woodland. A soft, deliberate scraping, like claws against bark. It came from somewhere to our right, among the densest part of the undergrowth. and then, fleetingly illuminated as my torch beam swept past, 2 points of reflected light, like eyes catching the glow. They vanished immediately, so quickly I couldn't be certain I'd seen them at all. But Arth had no such doubts. His whimper became a yelp of pure terror, and he pulled desperately at his lead, trying to retreat back up the path we'd just descended. "No, Arth," I hissed, tugging him forward. "We need to get out of here." The woodland exit lay just 30 meters ahead. Beyond it, the more open terrain would offer better visibility and, I hoped, safety from whatever lurked among the trees. I urged Arth forward, practically dragging him despite his resistance. We burst from the woodland onto the open slope, rain lashing against us without the barrier of the canopy. The car park was visible in the distance below, a reassuring destination. Arth no longer resisted our forward progress, now seeming as eager as I was to leave the hill behind. As we hurried down the slippery path, I cast one final glance back toward the woodland edge. In the deepening twilight, amplified by the storm clouds, I could distinguish little detail. Yet for an instant I thought I saw a shape detach itself from the shadows, something low to the ground but substantial, moving with deliberate purpose. I didn't wait to confirm the sighting. Clutching Arth's lead, I half ran, half slid down the remainder of the path, pursued by the intensifying storm and something far more terrifying than mere weather. We were about halfway down the lower slope when it happened, the moment that would haunt my dreams for months to come. The rain had eased slightly, though the wind continued to howl around us. Darkness had almost completely enveloped the landscape, with only the faintest glow of twilight remaining on the western horizon. My phone torch provided our only reliable illumination, casting a narrow beam that barely seemed to penetrate the gloom. Arth padded beside me, no longer pulling but still clearly anxious to reach the safety of the car. His fur was soaked, his usually proud tail held low. A hedge bordered this section of the path, an ancient boundary marking the edge of what had once been farmland. Thick hawthorn and blackthorn created an impenetrable barrier alongside us, further narrowing our route of escape. Without warning, Arth erupted into frenzied barking. Not his usual alert bark, but something desperate and terrified. He lunged toward the hedge, straining against his lead with such force that the fabric cut into my palm. "Arth, stop!" I commanded, but he was beyond listening. His barks grew increasingly hysterical as he pulled toward whatever had triggered his reaction. I couldn't see anything beyond the dense tangle of thorny branches, just darkness and the occasional movement of leaves in the wind. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, Arth's barking ceased. A tremor passed through his body, visible even in the dim light. He backed away from the hedge, pressing himself against my legs. A whimper escaped him, a sound of such absolute terror that it sent ice through my veins. I directed my torch toward the hedge, seeing nothing but dripping foliage. Yet Arth continued to retreat, nearly tripping me in his desperation to put distance between himself and whatever lurked beyond. "What is it?" I whispered, scanning the hedgeline. That's when I heard it, a sound unlike anything I'd encountered before. Not quite a growl, not quite a hiss, but something that combined elements of both. It emanated from just beyond the hedge, perhaps 2 meters away. The sound was low, almost subsonic, more felt than heard. Arth collapsed against my legs, trembling violently. To my horror, I realized he was urinating involuntarily, something I'd never seen him do before. Pure terror had overridden every aspect of his training and natural behavior. I swept my torch along the hedge again, desperate for visual confirmation of what threatened us. The beam caught something, a disturbance in the vegetation, branches moving against the wind. Something substantial was pushing through from the other side. Reason told me to identify the threat, to know what we faced. But instinct, more powerful than logic, screamed for immediate flight. I grabbed Arth's lead and tugged, trying to break his paralysis of fear. "Come on," I shouted, no longer concerned about attracting attention. He remained frozen, whining pitifully, his eyes fixed on the hedge. I bent down, awkwardly lifting all 25 kilograms of him. His body was rigid with terror, but he didn't resist being carried. With Arth in my arms, I turned and ran. The path was treacherous with mud and rain, the descent steep enough to make each step precarious. But fear drove me forward, overriding caution. My torch beam bounced wildly, creating disorienting flashes of illuminated ground and vegetation against surrounding darkness. Behind us, the strange sound came again, louder now, and somehow conveying deliberate pursuit. Something crashed through the hedge, twigs breaking and leaves rustling. I didn't look back, focusing every fiber of my being on reaching the car park below. Arth trembled against my chest, his whimpers continuous now. The weight of his sodden body strained my already exhausted muscles, but adrenaline kept me moving. My breathing came in harsh gasps, visible as vapor in the cold night air. The path widened as we neared the bottom, becoming less steep. I risked increasing my pace, aware that the sounds of pursuit had grown fainter. Were we outpacing the threat, or had it simply become more stealthy in its tracking? Finally, the gravel surface of the car park appeared in my torch beam. My vehicle stood alone in the darkness, its familiar shape the most welcome sight I could imagine. I fumbled with the key fob, pressing the unlock button repeatedly until the lights flashed and the locks clicked open. Opening the rear door one-handed while holding Arth was nearly impossible, but fear granted extraordinary coordination. I practically threw him onto the back seat before slamming the door and rushing to the driver's side. Once inside, I locked all doors immediately, gasping for breath as rain plastered my hair to my face. Arth huddled on the back seat, still trembling violently, his eyes wide and unfocused. I turned the key in the ignition, relief flooding through me as the engine roared to life. Headlights illuminated the empty car park and the beginning of the path we'd just descended. Rain slanted through the beams, creating shifting curtains of light and shadow. And there, at the edge of the illumination, something moved. Just for an instant, a dark shape, low and powerful, withdrawing from the light with deliberate purpose. It was gone before I could process details, melting into the darkness beyond the headlights' reach. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning on wet gravel before finding purchase. The vehicle lurched backward, then forward as I changed gear and accelerated toward the access road. Arth whimpered from the back seat as we bounced over potholes, but I couldn't slow down. Not until we were far from Carn Angley and whatever had hunted us on its slopes. The journey home passed in a blur of rain-slicked roads and tension. I drove mechanically, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles whitened, eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror despite the logical impossibility of being followed. Arth remained in an unprecedented state of distress. Usually an enthusiastic car passenger, he now lay curled into a tight ball on the back seat, occasionally emitting soft whimpers that tore at my heart. His wet fur soaked into the upholstery, but such concerns seemed trivial compared to his psychological state. By the time we reached my cottage, the rain had diminished to a gentle patter. I parked as close to the door as possible, still irrationally fearful of the short distance between car and house. Arth refused to move from the back seat, forcing me to lift him again and carry him inside. Once in the cottage, I moved through my usual routines with mechanical precision, turning on lights, securing doors and windows, drawing curtains against the night. These ordinary actions provided a semblance of normality, a framework to contain the chaos of emotion threatening to overwhelm me. I placed Arth on his bed near the radiator and examined him thoroughly, medical training temporarily overriding emotional distress. No physical injuries were apparent. No cuts, no thorn scratches, no signs of contact with whatever had frightened him. Yet his behavior remained deeply disturbing. He refused food and water, curling into a tight ball with his nose tucked beneath his tail. After showering and changing into dry clothes, I made tea and sat beside him on the floor, attempting to process what had happened. My rational mind sought explanations that would fit within my understanding of the world. A wild animal seemed the most logical conclusion, perhaps a fox or badger emerging from its den. but neither explanation fully accounted for Arth's extreme reaction. He had encountered wildlife before, without showing fear. Furthermore, badgers and foxes typically avoided human contact, rather than appearing to pursue it. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay in bed listening to the diminishing rain and Arth's occasional distress sounds from his bed beside mine. When exhaustion finally pulled me under, my dreams were fragmented and unsettling. Shapeless threats pursuing me through darkened woods, and always, that strange sound echoing behind me. Morning brought temporary relief. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the curtains, transforming my bedroom into a space that seemed incapable of harboring fear. Arth appeared somewhat recovered, accepting water and a small amount of food, though still unusually subdued. I called in sick to work, unable to face the prospect of leaving him alone after such trauma. Then I began researching, seeking information that might explain our experience on Carn Angley. My investigation began with local wildlife. Pembrokeshire hosts badgers, foxes, otters, and various deer species, none of which typically present threats to humans or domestic dogs. I searched news reports for unusual animal sightings in the area, finding nothing recent or relevant. Then I broadened my search, typing large predators whales into the search engine. The results were immediately more interesting and disturbing. I discovered numerous reports of big cat sightings across Wales stretching back decades. Most described panther-like creatures, with some accounts mentioning pumas or lynxes. A 2013 article detailed a woman's claim of being chased by a wolf in North Wales. More recently, a news piece from January this year reported puma sightings and people hearing roars while walking dogs at night. The explanation seemed plausible. Exotic pets released into the wild when they grew too large to manage, subsequently breeding and establishing territories in the remote Welsh countryside. The scientific part of my mind acknowledged that such populations could potentially survive undetected in areas of low human habitation. Yet something about this explanation felt incomplete. The behavior I'd witnessed, the deliberate stalking, the sounds unlike any felid I'd ever heard described, didn't align perfectly with big cat behavior as I understood it. After exhausting online resources, I turned to local knowledge. The following day, feeling slightly more composed and with Arth showing signs of recovery, I drove to the village library in Crymick, the nearest settlement to Carn Angley. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Priest, who had worked there for decades, listened to a sanitized version of my experience with unexpected seriousness. "You're not the first to come asking about strange happenings on Carn Angley," she said, leading me to a section of local history books. The hill has a reputation going back centuries. She selected a slim volume titled Folklore of the Preseli Hills and opened it to a chapter on Carn Angley. The text described various legends associated with the location, including St. Brynac's angelic communications. "But here's what might interest you," Mrs. Priest said, pointing to a paragraph near the end of the chapter. The passage described local beliefs from the 18th and 19th centuries that Carn Angley hosted a guardian beast that protected the ancient fort site. According to tradition, this creature remained invisible most of the time, but would reveal itself to those who visited the hill with ill intent, or at inauspicious times. "Nonsense, of course," Mrs. Priest said, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced of this. "But people around here still avoid the hill after dark. They say animals sense it more easily than humans do." I left the library with more questions than answers, torn between rational explanations and the disturbing resonance of the folklore with my experience. Perhaps the legend had developed precisely because a population of exotic big cats had established themselves in the area generations ago. Yet this explanation still didn't fully account for the profound terror Arth had displayed, a reaction far beyond normal animal fear. Dogs might be cautious around predators, but his complete breakdown suggested something more unsettling. In the days that followed, I researched big cat behavior extensively, learning that they typically avoided humans rather than pursuing them. I joined online forums where people shared similar experiences throughout Wales and broader Britain. finding some comfort in the knowledge that I wasn't alone in my encounter. A week after the incident, with Arth gradually returning to his normal behavior, I visited my veterinarian friend, Rhiannon, seeking her professional perspective. Animals perceive things differently than we do, she explained after hearing my account. Their senses are more acute, particularly scent and hearing. What terrified Arth might have been something you couldn't detect at all. A big cat? I suggested. She considered this, tapping her pen against her desk. Possibly. But dogs typically respond to predators with defensive aggression rather than complete terror, especially when their humans are present. What else could cause such extreme fear? Rhiannon hesitated. I'm a scientist, so I should give you a scientific answer. But my grandmother would say that animals sometimes perceive things beyond our understanding, things that exist at the edges of our world. I left her office unsettled by this uncharacteristically mystical statement from my pragmatic friend. Yet her words echoed something I'd been reluctantly considering, that perhaps the explanation lay beyond conventional understanding. 2 weeks after our encounter on Carn Angli, life had largely returned to normal. Arth showed no lasting trauma, resuming his enthusiastic exploration of our regular walking routes, though I carefully avoided anything near the Preseli Hills. Work absorbed my attention, providing welcome distraction from unanswered questions. Yet beneath this semblance of normality, something had fundamentally changed. I found myself more alert to my surroundings, particularly when outdoors at dusk. Strange sounds caused immediate tension, and darkness no longer seemed merely an absence of light, but something potentially harboring unseen presence. I'd almost convinced myself that the incident had a rational explanation. A big cat, perhaps, or even a massive feral dog, when an unexpected encounter challenged this comfortable assumption. I was shopping in Haverfordwest when I encountered Mrs. Priest from the library. After exchanging pleasantries, she mentioned that another walker had reported a frightening experience on Carn Angli just days after my visit. A man from Newport, she explained, walking his Labrador in the early evening, said the dog went berserk near the woodland edge. Same reaction you described. He was sensible enough to leave immediately. Did he see anything? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Mrs. Priest glanced around before lowering her voice. He claims he glimpsed something moving among the trees. Said it was large and dark, but moved like nothing he'd ever seen before. Not quite like a mammal. Said it seemed to flow rather than run. A cold sensation spread through my chest. Did he report it? To who? The police would think he was mad, and wildlife authorities would dismiss it without evidence. She adjusted her shopping bag. People around here know better than to make official reports. We just warn each other. I thanked her for the information and completed my shopping mechanically, mind racing with implications. Another witness, another terrified dog. The pattern strengthened both the reality of the threat and its mysterious nature. That evening, I found myself searching online for scientific explanations of supposedly supernatural phenomena. Perhaps there were atmospheric or geological conditions on Carn Angli that created infrasound, sound waves below human hearing that could trigger fear responses in both animals and people. Or maybe some unusual electromagnetic phenomenon that animals could perceive but humans could not. These explanations felt like stretching, attempts to force extraordinary experience into ordinary frameworks. Yet the alternative, accepting that something existed beyond current scientific understanding, challenged my fundamental worldview as a medical professional. 1 month after the incident, I made a decision that surprised even me. I would return to Carn Angli, alone this time, in daylight, to confront both the location and my fears. The morning was bright and clear as I parked in the now familiar car park. Other vehicles were present. A retired couple preparing for a walk. A family with young children organizing their backpacks. The normality was reassuring. I chose a different route than before, taking the left fork that led directly to the standing stones rather than through the woodland. The climb was physically demanding but emotionally easier in full daylight, surrounded by occasional fellow hikers. At the summit, I found the stone circle occupied by a tour group, their guide explaining the archaeological significance of the site. I lingered at the periphery, listening to the rational historical narrative that made no mention of beasts or guardians. When the group departed, I approached the largest standing stone, a weathered monolith nearly 3 meters tall. Placing my hand against its rough surface, I tried to connect with the countless generations who had visited this place before me, many of whom must have crafted explanations for their own unexplained experiences. As I stood there, a sudden breeze swept across the summit, carrying an unexpected scent, musty and animal, yet unlike any domestic or common wild species I recognized. My body tensed involuntarily, senses heightening as they had that night. I turned slowly, scanning the open hilltop. Nothing unusual was visible, just grassland, scattered rocks, and the clear paths leading in various directions. Yet the sensation of being observed returned with overwhelming intensity. My gaze was drawn to the edge of the woodland we'd passed through that night. From this elevation, I could see its full extent, a dark green irregularity against the smoother contours of the hillside. Something moved at its periphery, a shadow detaching briefly from deeper shadows before melting back into obscurity. Rational explanation insisted it was merely vegetation moving in the wind, or perhaps a deer seeking shelter. But deeper instinct recognized it as something else, something that didn't belong entirely to the world as I understood it. I didn't flee this time. Standing my ground, I stared toward the woodland edge until the sensation of being watched gradually subsided. Whatever presence had acknowledged me seemed to have withdrawn, perhaps respecting this deliberate daylight encounter differently than our previous nighttime intrusion. On the descent, I reached a resolution of sorts. I would likely never fully understand what hunted the slopes of Carn Angli. Scientific explanations felt insufficient, yet I couldn't entirely embrace supernatural ones either. Perhaps some questions weren't meant to be answered conclusively. Perhaps the boundaries between known and unknown, natural and supernatural, were not as clearly defined as modern thinking suggested. Our ancestors had lived with this ambiguity, acknowledging forces beyond their understanding, without needing to categorize them definitively. I could learn to do the same, to accept mystery without surrendering critical thinking, to acknowledge inexplicable experiences without abandoning rational frameworks that served well in most circumstances. Arth and I still take our mega walks regularly, exploring the beautiful Pembrokeshire landscape that remains largely benign and welcoming. But we stay away from Carn Angli, especially as daylight wanes. Some boundaries are best respected, some territories best left unchallenged. And on dark nights when wind moves through the trees around my cottage, I sometimes detect that strange sound again. Not quite growl, not quite hiss, carried on the breeze from the direction of the Preseli Hills. I close my curtains tighter then, and Arth presses closer against my leg, both of us acknowledging wordlessly that something watches and waits on Carn Angli, something that will likely remain nameless and unexplained. Perhaps that's as it should be. In a world increasingly mapped, measured, and explained, there is perhaps value in these persistent mysteries, these reminders that our understanding remains incomplete, that wonder and terror still inhabit the wild edges of our world, challenging our certainties and reminding us of older truths we have too readily dismissed. The first thing you should know is that I'm writing this from a hospital bed. The doctors say I'm lucky to be alive after what happened in the Cascade Wilderness. They don't believe my story. They think exposure and dehydration caused hallucinations. Maybe writing it down will help me process what really happened out there, or at least convince someone that the danger is real. It started 3 weeks ago when my old college roommate Jake suggested a 5-day backpacking trip through Bitterroot National Forest. We hadn't seen each other in years, but we both needed to escape our lives for a while. I'd just gone through a messy breakup, and Jake was burning out at his corporate job. "This trail system is incredible," Jake said over the phone. "Miles of pristine wilderness with hardly any hikers. My buddy did it last summer and said they didn't see another person for days." That should have been my first warning. We arrived at the trailhead on a Tuesday morning in late September. The parking lot was empty except for an ancient pickup truck with faded Montana plates. A thick blanket of fog hung between the towering pines, and the air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. Jake seemed nervous as we shouldered our packs. "I checked the weather before we left. Should be clear all week." But this fog wasn't on any forecast. It clung to us as we started down the trail, muffling our footsteps and conversation. 2 miles in, we passed a wooden sign riddled with bullet holes. Most of the text had been weathered away, but I could make out a few words: danger and do not. "What do you think that was about?" I asked. Jake shrugged. "Probably some old mining hazard or something." By late afternoon, we'd covered 12 miles. The forest had grown denser, the trees packed so tightly together that we could barely see 20 feet off the trail. We found a small clearing beside a creek and set up camp. As I gathered firewood, I noticed unusual markings carved into several trees, crude symbols that didn't look like standard trailblazes. Some resembled stick figures with elongated limbs, others like eyes with too many pupils. I took a photo but didn't mention it to Jake. No reason to spook him on our first night. After dinner, Jake pulled out a flask of whiskey. "My grandfather used to come up to these mountains," he said, passing me the flask. "He told me weird stories about them. Said the local tribes avoided certain valleys because they believed shapeshifters lived there." "Shapeshifters?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. "Yeah, creatures that could take human form. They called them skinwalkers." Jake's face was half hidden in shadow. "They'd mimic people's voices to lure them away from safety." I laughed it off, but something about Jake's expression made my laughter die in my throat. As darkness fell, the forest around us changed. The ambient sounds, birds, insects, the rustle of leaves, gradually faded until there was nothing but the crackling of our fire and the distant gurgle of the creek. The silence felt deliberate, as if the forest was holding its breath. At 2 a.m., I woke to a sound outside my tent, soft footsteps circling our campsite. I lay perfectly still, listening as they completed one circuit, then another. Whatever it was taking its time, methodically exploring our perimeter. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but the battery had drained completely despite being at 80% when I'd gone to bed. The footsteps stopped directly outside my tent. "Jake?" I whispered. "You awake?" No response from his tent. The thing outside moved closer. I could hear its breathing now. A wet, ragged sound unlike anything I'd heard before. It sniffed audibly at the fabric of my tent, and I watched in horror as something pressed against the nylon, creating a shallow depression. It wasn't a hand or a paw. The shape was all wrong. Too many fingers, too long. After what felt like hours, it moved away. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, Jake was cheerful and well-rested. When I described what happened, he looked concerned. "Probably just a deer," he said, but his eyes darted nervously to the tree line. As we packed up, I noticed strange tracks in the mud by the creek, barefoot human prints that abruptly changed mid-stride into something with too many toes, spread unnaturally wide. I took a photo. Jake pretended not to notice. We hiked deeper into the forest that day. The trail narrowed and began to fade in places, forcing us to check our map frequently. We didn't talk much. Jake kept looking back over his shoulder, and I found myself jumpy at every snapping twig. Around noon, we came to a small cabin in a clearing. It appeared abandoned, with boarded windows and a partially collapsed roof. Jake wanted to explore it, but I refused. Something about it felt wrong, like it was placed there deliberately, a trap disguised as shelter. That night, we made camp on a rocky outcrop with good visibility. I convinced Jake to take shifts keeping watch. During my turn, I saw eyes reflecting our firelight from the forest edge, not at deer height, but at human height. When I shined my flashlight toward them, they didn't flee like an animal would. They blinked slowly, then retreated into the darkness. I didn't wake Jake. I was beginning to wonder if I could trust him. The next morning brought rain, a steady, cold drizzle that soaked through our jackets and made the trail treacherous with mud. Jake was uncharacteristically quiet, checking his GPS constantly despite the poor signal. "Are we lost?" I finally asked. "No," he said too quickly, "just making sure we're on track." By midday the rain had stopped, but thick fog rolled in, reducing visibility to mere yards. We were hiking along a ridge when Jake suddenly froze. "Listen," he whispered. At first I heard nothing. Then it came, a voice calling from somewhere in the fog ahead. "Hello? Is someone there? I need help." It sounded like a woman, her voice tight with pain or fear. Jake started forward, but I grabbed his arm. "Wait, there shouldn't be anyone else out here." "Someone could be hurt," he argued. The voice called again, closer now. "Please, I've been out here for days." Something about it raised the hairs on my neck. The pitch was almost right, but the cadence was wrong. Like someone who had learned human speech by observation rather than experience. "We should go back," I said firmly. Jake hesitated, then nodded. As we turned around, the voice changed. "Jake, is that you? Jake, don't leave me." My blood turned to ice. We hadn't called out our names. We quickened our pace. The voice followed, shifting positions impossibly fast, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. It changed too, cycling through different tones and timbres as if trying to find one that would make us stop. "Why are you running? Don't you want to see me, Jake?" Jake's face had gone ashen. "How does it know my name?" We practically ran back down the trail until the fog thinned and the voice faded. When we finally stopped to catch our breath, Jake looked at me with wide, frightened eyes. "What the hell was that?" he panted. I had no answer that wouldn't terrify us both further. We found a defensible campsite early that afternoon, a small clearing backed against a cliff face. While setting up the tents, I discovered a small bundle of sticks tied with what looked like human hair hidden under a rock near our site. It was arranged in the same pattern as some of the tree carvings I'd seen. Jake saw me examining it and turned pale. "We need to leave. Now." "It's almost dark," I pointed out. "We can't navigate the trail at night." "We can't stay here," he insisted, his voice rising. "Those are markers. It's hunting us." "What's hunting us, Jake? What do you know that you're not telling me?" He sat heavily on a log, head in his hands. "My grandfather didn't just tell stories about this place. He had an encounter here in the 70s. His hunting partner disappeared for 2 days, then showed up at camp acting strange. Wouldn't eat, hardly spoke. When they got back to civilization, the real partner was found dead 10 miles from their campsite." A chill ran through me. "You knew about this place and still brought us here?" "I thought they were just stories," Jake cried. "Old legends to scare kids." As darkness fell, we built the biggest fire we could manage and sat back to back, scanning the tree line. Around midnight, I spotted movement at the edge of the firelight, a figure standing just beyond the clearing. It was roughly human-shaped but wrong in subtle ways. Too tall, limbs too thin, joints bending at impossible angles. "Jake," I whispered, "don't turn around. There's something watching us." I felt him stiffen. "Where?" I gestured slightly with my chin. "Between those 2 pines." The figure hadn't moved. It stood unnaturally still, like a photograph of a person rather than a living thing. I reached slowly for my phone to take a picture, but as soon as I moved, the figure retreated into the darkness. Minutes later, we heard it circling our camp, quick, light footsteps that no human could make. Then came the voices. Not just one now, but several, all calling from different directions. Some sounded like children, others like elderly men and women. They called our names, pleaded for help, made promises of safety and rest. One voice cut through the others, a perfect imitation of Jake's. It came from directly behind us, though Jake sat right beside me. "We should split up," it said in Jake's exact tone. "Cover more ground." The real Jake gripped my arm so hard it left bruises. Throughout the night, the voices continued, occasionally interrupted by a sound like dry branches breaking, but higher pitched, more like bones splintering. Neither of us slept. By dawn, the clearing was silent again, but we found dozens of those stick bundles arranged in a perfect circle around our campsite, none of which had been there the night before. We packed in grim silence and abandoned our planned route, heading directly for the nearest ranger station marked on our map. The sun climbed higher, but the forest remained oddly dark, as if the canopy had thickened overnight to block the light. As we hiked, I felt watched from every direction. Twice, I caught glimpses of something moving parallel to our path, a tall, emaciated figure that ducked behind trees whenever I turned to look directly at it. By mid-afternoon, we knew we were being herded. Every time we tried to turn east toward the ranger station, we'd encounter an impassable obstacle, a sudden ravine, an unnaturally dense thicket, or once, a wall of fog so thick it was like walking into milk. Each detour pushed us deeper into the wilderness. "It's playing with us," Jake said, his voice hoarse from fear and exhaustion. I checked the GPS again. According to this, we've been walking in circles for hours. That's when we found the cameras. They were old-style trail cameras strapped to trees, positioned to cover multiple angles of the path. Some looked recently placed. Others were so weathered they'd been partially absorbed by the growing bark. "Rangers monitoring wildlife?" Jake suggested hopefully. I examined the nearest camera. No government markings, no official tags, just a custom-built device with a handwritten label. Subject 37, Migration Patterns. Further down the trail, we found more, dozens of them, forming a surveillance network through this section of forest. Some had small solar panels attached. None of them looked like standard wildlife monitoring equipment. Someone's been watching this thing, I realized. Studying it. Or working with it, Jake said darkly. We hurried on, desperate to escape the electronic eyes. The trail descended into a valley where the trees grew impossibly close together, their trunks twisted and fused in places like they'd been melted together. The ground was littered with animal bones, mostly deer and elk, but some I couldn't identify. Near a stagnant pool of water, we found a backpack partially buried in leaves. The fabric was new, the brand recognizable. Inside, energy bars, water purification tablets, a high-end digital camera, and a journal. The last entry was dated just 3 weeks earlier. Day 4. It's mimicking bird calls now. Perfect imitations of robin, thrush, even a barred owl. But it adds notes that don't belong, extra syllables that make my skin crawl. It's learning, adapting. The skin lesions are spreading up my arm. I don't think it's an infection anymore. Something watches me sleep. I wake to find new markings on my tent, symbols scraped into the fabric that weren't there before. The local legends call it the one who watches from the trees. I think that's literal. It wants me to know it's there. The journal ended abruptly. On the final page was a crude drawing of a tall, skeletal figure with too many joints and fingers. The face was blank except for eyes drawn as spirals. We left the backpack where we found it and pushed on, driven by growing panic. The sun was sinking fast, and neither of us wanted to be in that valley after dark. As twilight deepened, we heard it behind us. A rapid, uneven gait, like someone running on all fours. We broke into a sprint, abandoning any pretense of caution. The sounds followed, gaining ground with each passing second. Jake stumbled on a root and went down hard. I turned back to help him up and caught my first clear glimpse of our pursuer, illuminated by the last rays of sunlight filtering through the trees. It moved like a human, but wasn't one. The proportions were wrong. Limbs too long and jointed in extra places, fingers extended like talons. Its skin was stretched tight over its frame, with patches that seemed to shift and ripple like poorly fitted clothing. The face was the worst part, almost human, but with features that seemed to blur and rearrange themselves as I watched. I hauled Jake to his feet and we ran blindly through the gathering darkness. Behind us, the thing let out a sound that started as laughter and morphed into something else, a high, keening wail that echoed through the trees. We crashed through the forest until we spotted a faint light ahead, a cabin with a single illuminated window. Without discussing it, we sprinted toward it, our only hope of shelter. The cabin door was unlocked. We burst inside and slammed it shut, fumbling for a lock or barricade. The interior was sparse but lived in. A wooden table, chairs, a wood stove, and shelves lined with canned goods and books. A kerosene lamp burned on the table. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone here?" No answer, but the cabin felt recently occupied. The lamp was lit, and a coffee mug on the table was still warm. Jake dragged a heavy chair to the door while I checked the single window, securing its shutters. On the table lay an open notebook filled with meticulous handwriting and detailed sketches. It appeared to be research notes, observations of the thing in the forest, cataloging its behaviors and abilities. One page held a map of the area with dozens of X marks, encounter sites, according to the legend. They formed a pattern, a spiral centered on a point deep in the wilderness marked simply as Origin. Another page contained a list of names and dates stretching back decades. Missing hikers, I realized with a chill. Some had confirmed, written beside them in red ink. Others were marked transformed or mimicked. "Jake, look at this," I said, turning to a page with photographs. The images showed a progression of human figures with subtle abnormalities, elongated fingers, joints that bent at wrong angles, eyes with misshapen pupils. The final photo showed a man whose skin appeared to be peeling away at the edges, revealing something else underneath. The caption read, "Final stage before complete integration. Subject maintained partial awareness for 72 hours post-transformation." Jake backed away from the table. "We need to get out of here. Whoever owns this cabin is—" A thump on the roof cut him off, then another. Something heavy was moving above us. Dust drifted from the ceiling as the thing moved across the roof. Its footsteps were deliberate, testing different sections as if searching for a weak point. We stood frozen, hardly daring to breathe. "The cellar," Jake whispered, pointing to a trapdoor in the floor. "We can hide." I hesitated. Something about this cabin felt wrong, too convenient, too perfectly placed along our path. But with the thing circling overhead, we had no choice. Jake lifted the trapdoor, revealing a wooden ladder descending into darkness. The smell that wafted up was damp and organic, with an undertone of something sickly sweet. "I don't like this," I said. "Better than up here," Jake replied, already lowering himself down the ladder. I followed reluctantly, pulling the trapdoor closed above us. In the darkness, I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. The battery had mysteriously recharged itself to 50%. Impossible, but I wasn't questioning good fortune. The beam revealed a space larger than expected. The cellar extended well beyond the cabin's footprint, with rough-hewn tunnels branching off in several directions. The walls were lined with shelves holding labeled specimen jars, their contents floating in cloudy liquid. Equipment that looked medical in nature sat on metal tables alongside more mundane tools, axes, saws, hunting knives. "What is this place?" Jake whispered. Before I could answer, a noise from above silenced us, the cabin door opening followed by footsteps on the floorboards. Someone had entered. We retreated deeper into the cellar, following the largest tunnel. It sloped downward, carving through the earth for at least 100 yards before opening into a chamber that stopped us in our tracks. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, documenting decades of the forest entity. Some dated back to the 1930s, showing the same elongated figure watching from between trees. Others showed people in various stages of transformation, their bodies distorting in ways that defied biology. In the center of the room stood a metal examination table surrounded by sophisticated equipment that looked out of place in this underground setting. Beside it, a modern computer hummed quietly, its screen displaying a topographical map of the forest with dozens of blinking dots. The cameras, I realized. Someone's been studying it for generations, I said, moving closer to examine the wall of photos. That's when I saw them. Pictures of Jake. Dozens of images showing him hiking through the forest over multiple trips, unaware he was being photographed. Some were recent, others years old. Jake, I said slowly, turning to face him. Why are there pictures of you here? His expression changed, a flicker of something cold and calculating before returning to fear. I don't know. I've never seen this place before. But he was lying. I could see it in his eyes, in the way he wouldn't look directly at the photos. You've been here before, I said. Multiple times. Why did you really bring me here? Jake backed away, hands raised. You don't understand. My grandfather wasn't just telling stories. He was part of this. They've been studying it for generations, trying to understand it. Who's they? Scientists, researchers, people who know the truth about what lives in these forests. His voice had changed, becoming more assured. They've documented dozens of these entities across the country. This one is special, older, more intelligent. It doesn't just mimic, it transforms people. Footsteps approached from the tunnel behind us. Jake didn't react, didn't even turn around. You led me here? I realized with horror. I was never your friend, was I? I was bait. Not bait, he corrected. A potential host. The entity needs fresh genetic material to evolve. Not everyone is compatible. The footsteps stopped at the chamber entrance. I turned to see an older man holding a rifle, not pointed at me, but ready. You shouldn't have brought him to the cabin, Jacob, the man said. This area was supposed to be observation only. It was following us, Jake replied. I didn't have a choice, grandfather. The old man stepped fully into the light. I could see the family resemblance, the same eyes as Jake, but colder, more calculating. What happens now? I asked, though I feared I knew the answer. Now we wait, the old man said simply. It's already chosen you. The process has begun. You just don't recognize the symptoms yet. As if on cue, my skin began to itch. A deep, crawling sensation that had been building gradually over our journey. I'd attributed it to stress and fear, but now I noticed fine hairline cracks appearing on the back of my hands, like dried mud beginning to flake away. What have you done to me? I whispered. We haven't done anything, Jake said. It chose you days ago, at our first campsite. The stick bundles aren't just markers. They're transmission vectors, containing a biological agent that prepares potential hosts. You can't leave the forest now, the old man added. The transformation only completes in its territory. Outside, you'd just get sick and die. The room seemed to spin around me. I leaned against the wall for support, feeling the cracks in my skin widen slightly, revealing something dark and membranous underneath. There must be a way to stop it, I pleaded. Jake and his grandfather exchanged glances. We can try, the old man said eventually. We've developed treatments that might slow the process, but you'd need to stay here, under observation. Another test subject, another jar on their shelf. I lunged for the door, surprising them both. The old man's rifle came up too late as I sprinted down the tunnel toward the cellar. Behind me, I heard Jake shouting, then the sound of pursuit. I emerged from the cellar into the cabin to find it transformed. The door hung open, splintered from its hinges. Claw marks scored the walls and furniture. Something had attacked while we were below, or been letting itself in. Outside, dawn was breaking. I ran blindly into the forest, no plan beyond putting distance between myself and that terrible cabin. The skin on my arms was cracking more rapidly now, peeling away in small flakes that dissolved into dust when they hit the ground. I ran until my lungs burned, then stumbled on through sheer desperation. The forest around me had changed, or perhaps my perception of it had. The trees seemed to watch me pass, their branches reaching slightly toward me as if in welcome. I heard Jake and his grandfather calling my name, their voices fading behind me. Then other voices joined in, whispers from the forest itself, speaking words I almost understood. I don't remember much after that. Park rangers found me 3 days later, unconscious and severely dehydrated at the edge of a service road. My skin was covered in a severe rash that doctors later diagnosed as an allergic reaction to an unknown plant toxin. That was the official explanation. I had gotten lost, suffered exposure and dehydration, and hallucinated most of my ordeal. They found no cabin, no underground laboratory, no evidence of Jake or his grandfather. According to official records, I had registered to hike alone, but I know what I saw. I know what began to happen to me in those woods. The doctors say I'm recovering well, but sometimes when I look in the mirror, I catch glimpses of something else looking back. Something familiar, yet utterly alien, peering through my eyes from somewhere far away. The cracks in my skin have healed, but beneath certain lights, I can see faint patterns just under the surface, like veins that don't follow human anatomy. Sometimes I hear voices calling from the woods behind the hospital. They sound exactly like the nurses and doctors who care for me. I know it's still out there, and I know that, in some small way, it's inside me too. They're releasing me tomorrow. I've told them I'm going home to recover, but the forest is calling, and part of me wants to answer. I approached the railing with deliberate calm, maintaining awareness of surroundings while focusing primarily on the waterfall itself. The cascade appeared unchanged from previous visits. Water volume consistent with recent rainfall, flow patterns following normal gravitational principles, impact creating standard turbulence in the collection pool below. Only after extended observation did anomalies become apparent. Subtle inconsistencies emerging through patient attention rather than immediate perception. Certain sections of falling water occasionally paused midair for millisecond intervals. Light refracted through mist at mathematically impossible angles. Sound fluctuated in patterns unrelated to actual water movement. I acknowledge your presence, I stated, voice level despite internal tension. I've witnessed your manifestation. The words vanished into ambient noise without apparent effect. For several minutes, nothing changed beyond normal environmental fluctuations. I maintained position at the railing, consciously breathing deeply while scanning surrounding area for response. When manifestation finally came, it occurred without dramatic revelation, simply a gradual coalescence of darkness among trees approximately 50 yards downstream from my position. The shape formed slowly enough that precise moment of appearance remained indeterminate, yet suddenly stood fully present where emptiness had existed moments before. The figure maintained similar characteristics to previous encounters: humanoid proportions without detailed features, dark coloration possibly representing clothing or natural composition, stillness exceeding normal physical capability. Yet this manifestation presented with greater definition, as if deliberately making itself more clearly perceptible. Neither of us moved initially. Observer and observed engaged in mutual assessment across intervening space. No communication attempted beyond simple presence, no action suggested beyond acknowledgement of shared awareness. The encounter might have appeared entirely benign to hypothetical third-party witness unaware of context. After several minutes of this strange communion, I deliberately raised one hand in formal greeting gesture. The response came immediately, the figure's appendage lifting in mirror movement, yet with articulation that defied normal anatomical constraints. What should have been direct mimicry instead revealed fundamental otherness through subtle wrongness of execution. "What do you want?" I asked directly, abandoning pretense of casual interaction. No verbal response came, yet the figure tilted its head in gesture universally recognized as inquiry, simultaneously familiar in meaning, yet disturbing in execution. The movement suggested not lack of communication capability, but choice of alternative method. I modified approach accordingly, gesturing toward the falls then back to the figure, attempting nonverbal inquiry about connection between entity and location. The response manifested as slight intensification of presence, not physical growth but increased definition against background environment. Understanding formed gradually through this rudimentary exchange. The entity wasn't hostile in conventional sense. It sought neither harm nor interference with human activity. Its purpose appeared fundamentally observational, content with witnessing rather than participating in events surrounding its domain. This realization brought unexpected relief. Whatever inhabited Sentinel Falls represented something unknown rather than actively malevolent, strange beyond comfortable comprehension but not inherently threatening through deliberate intention. "I meant no intrusion," I stated, attempting to convey respect rather than fear. "I'll leave your territory undisturbed." The figure remained motionless briefly, then performed a movement impossible to describe through normal physical parameters. Not quite nodding, not precisely bowing, yet conveying clear acknowledgement of statement received and understood. As I prepared to depart, unexpected movement caught attention. The entity glided several yards closer without apparent walking motion, maintaining same orientation toward me but reducing distance between us. The approach wasn't threatening but carried unmistakable purpose. When it halted again, arm extended toward me, not reaching but indicating specific direction. Following the gesture revealed it pointing not at me directly, but at the hunting knife secured at my waist. The implication seemed clear even without verbal exchange. "You want this?" I asked, hand moving toward but not touching the blade. The figure performed another movement beyond proper description, something conveying affirmation without being precisely nodding. Request appeared undeniable despite complete absence of compulsion. Choice remained entirely mine, yet preferred outcome stood clearly indicated. After brief internal debate, I carefully removed the knife from its sheath, examining it momentarily before placing it gently on flat rock surface between us. The object held monetary value, but immense personal significance as family connection, precisely the type of meaningful sacrifice suggested throughout historical accounts of appeasing boundary guardians. No sooner had I withdrawn my hand than sudden increased mist obscured the immediate area. When visibility returned seconds later, both figure and knife had vanished without trace. The rock surface remained visibly dry despite surrounding moisture, suggesting directed rather than natural phenomenon. I remained motionless momentarily, processing implications of interaction just concluded. Whatever entity inhabited Sentinel Falls had initiated contact, communicated specific request within limited capabilities, and apparently concluded interaction upon receiving desired offering. Turning to depart, unexpected lightness filled my awareness. Not emotional relief, but physical sensation suggesting burden removed. The persistent wrongness that had characterized the area diminished noticeably, returning surroundings to normal woodland atmosphere experienced thousands of times before. My return journey passed without incident, standard forest sounds accompanying steady progress, familiar landmarks appearing at appropriate intervals, nothing suggesting observation or presence beyond ordinary wildlife. By the time I reached the parking area, the entire experience had acquired dreamlike quality, despite vivid recall of specific details. The drive home permitted gradual reintegration with normal perspective. What had occurred at Sentinel Falls represented genuine anomaly, something beyond conventional explanation requiring acknowledgement as objectively real experience rather than psychological projection or environmental hallucination. Yet the encounter also suggested conclusion rather than beginning. Interaction completed through mutual recognition and appropriate exchange. The watching presence existed within defined boundaries, apparently content maintaining established patterns without expanding influence beyond traditional domain. Arriving home late afternoon, I immediately destroyed the sealed envelope left that morning, its contingency precautions no longer necessary following successful resolution. The loss of my father's knife caused momentary regret, quickly replaced by understanding of appropriate exchange. Some sacrifices balance scales in ways logic cannot fully comprehend. That evening passed in profound exhaustion, yet equally profound relief. Whatever had begun at Sentinel Falls now appeared properly concluded. Interaction acknowledged, boundaries established, respective territories recognized. Sleep came without interruption from strange dreams or sudden wakings, first truly restful night since initial encounter. The following morning brought renewed normal perspective, daily obligations reasserting priority over extraordinary experience. Yet permanent changes remained beneath surface awareness, expanded understanding of reality's potential complexity, recognition that established scientific frameworks might accommodate only portion of actual phenomena, and deep appreciation for boundaries separating known from unknown. I would eventually return to Ridgemont National Park, hiking familiar trails with restored enjoyment. But Sentinel Falls remained exception to this resurrection of normal activity, not through active avoidance, but respectful acknowledgement of established boundary. Some places deserve recognition as transition zones where different rules apply and different presences maintain vigilant watch. The offering given that day, physical object representing connection between generations, apparently satisfied whatever requirement governed interactions with the watcher at the falls. Its acceptance marked conclusion rather than invitation, exchange rather than obligation. In subsequent years, I occasionally encountered others who described similar experiences at Sentinel Falls or comparable locations throughout the region. To these individuals, I offered neither confirmation nor denial of personal knowledge, merely suggestion that some boundaries merit respect through mindful distance rather than aggressive crossing. What watches from Sentinel Falls continues its patient observation, existing in parallel with human activity without requiring acknowledgement or understanding. Those who encounter its manifestation may interpret the experience through religious, supernatural, or psychological frameworks according to individual perspective. For myself, categorization became less important than recognition. Something exists beyond conventional understanding, something that watches from boundaries between known and unknown, occasionally visible to those who approach thresholds with appropriate awareness. Some might call this entity ghost, spirit, or hallucination. I prefer simply watcher, neutral observer existing at intersection points where different aspects of reality meet like water flowing from one level to another, creating transitional zones where normal rules temporarily suspend. Its continued existence requires neither belief nor dismissal, merely acknowledgement that human perception and scientific categorization may encompass only portion of reality's actual composition. The watcher at Sentinel Falls serves as reminder that boundaries exist for reasons we may not fully comprehend, but nevertheless deserve respectful recognition. 6 months passed before circumstances drew me back to Ridgemont National Park. Winter had come and gone, leaving the landscape transformed through seasonal cycles. Early spring vegetation now clothed previously bare branches, and increased rainfall had swollen streams throughout the park to impressive volumes. Sentinel Falls would be at peak flow, a spectacle drawing numerous visitors despite lingering cool temperatures. My return wasn't planned. A wildlife photography group I occasionally joined had scheduled their annual spring expedition to document migrating birds that favored the park's varied habitats. The invitation arrived during a particularly monotonous work week, offering welcome escape from office confinement. I accepted without conscious consideration of previous experiences until commitment had already been established. Only when reviewing meeting details the night before did full awareness surface. We would be entering through the eastern access point, following trails that inevitably passed close to Sentinel Falls. The realization triggered immediate physical response, increased heart rate, slight perspiration, momentary lightheadedness familiar from previous encounters with the unexplainable. Rational assessment suggested minimal risk involved. Our group would number 12 experienced outdoor enthusiasts moving together along established trails during daylight hours. Previous research indicated the Watcher primarily interacted with solitary individuals who ventured beyond sanctioned viewpoints. Additionally, our offering exchange had apparently concluded whatever interaction the entity sought. Yet instinctive wariness persisted despite logical reassurance. Dreams that night featured flowing water and distant observation, not frightening but unsettlingly reminiscent of actual experiences. Morning arrived with lingering unease beneath manufactured enthusiasm. The photography group assembled at designated meeting points shortly after sunrise. Retirees, nature enthusiasts, and amateur photographers united by appreciation for wilderness documentation. Equipment ranged from professional-grade telephoto lenses to modest consumer cameras, all carried by individuals exhibiting comfortable familiarity with forest environments. Our guide, a retired biology professor specializing in ornithology, outlined planned route encompassing several distinct ecosystems where target species most frequently appeared. His cursory mention of passing the waterfall area midday provoked unexpected tension that I carefully concealed from companions. Initial hiking proceeded uneventfully through gradually awakening forest. Early morning light filtering through emerging foliage created ideal photography conditions. Soft illumination without harsh shadows. Wildlife active yet unhurried in morning routines. Conversation remained appropriately subdued, limited to occasional whispered identification of species or technical discussion of optimal camera settings. I found unexpected comfort in group presence, shared experience grounding perception in collective reality rather than isolated interpretation. When unusual sensations occasionally registered, momentary temperature fluctuations, sound distortions at range limits of normal hearing, context rendered them less significant through ordinary social interaction. Approaching midday, our path gradually converged with trails leading toward Sentinel Falls. The familiar increase in ambient moisture signaled proximity, even before water sounds became audible. Vegetation changed accordingly. More ferns among ground cover, moss thickening on northern exposures of trees and rocks, fungi varieties appearing with greater frequency in decomposing organic matter. Our guide announced short break before continuing to official viewing platforms. Group members dispersed slightly within visible range, some photographing small waterfalls along tributary streams, others documenting early spring wildflowers emerging between exposed roots. I remained deliberately central among companions, avoiding isolation while maintaining casual appearance. One photographer, an older woman whose equipment suggested serious dedication to wildlife documentation, approached as I adjusted camera settings. "Have you visited here before?" she inquired conversationally. "A few times," I acknowledged, maintaining focus on equipment to avoid revealing potential discomfort. "Mainly autumn hikes." She nodded thoughtfully, gaze shifting toward the increasing mist visible through trees ahead. "Strange place, isn't it? Something about the atmosphere." Her comment, delivered casually without dramatic emphasis, caused immediate internal alertness. Before responding, I studied her expression, finding neither conspiracy theory enthusiasm nor knowing smirk, just matter-of-fact observation from experienced outdoor enthusiast. "The waterfall creates interesting microclimates," I offered neutrally. "More than that," she replied, voice lowered slightly though surrounding conversations provided adequate privacy. "You've noticed it too, I can tell. Something watches here." The direct acknowledgement of phenomena I'd attributed to personal experience created conflicting responses. Validation that perceptions might represent objective reality rather than psychological projection, yet discomfort at having experiences identified by stranger through casual observation. "What makes you say that?" I managed, attempting neutral tone despite accelerated pulse. She shrugged, adjusting lens cap with practiced efficiency. Been coming here 40 years. Some places have personalities. This one observes. The phrasing echoed uncomfortably close to words spoken by the elderly hiker encountered during previous visit. Before pursuing this striking similarity, our guide signaled group reassembly for continued movement. Approaching the main viewing platform required passing through increasingly dense mist generated by the waterfall's impressive spring volume. Droplets accumulated on camera equipment and clothing, creating miniature rainbow refractions where sunlight penetrated vapor clouds. Under normal circumstances, these optical phenomena would merit appreciation rather than suspicion. The platform accommodated our group comfortably, despite several other visitors already present. Standard tourist behaviors manifested around us. Photographs taken from optimal vantage points. Conversations elevated above natural water sounds. Appropriate expressions of appreciation for scenic beauty. Nothing suggested anyone besides myself and possibly the female photographer perceived anything beyond normal wilderness experience. Yet subtle wrongness persisted beneath conventional appearance. Water movements occasionally contradicting gravitational expectations. Sound patterns including frequencies slightly beyond comfortable hearing range. Shadows moving with marginal independence from casting objects. These anomalies remained sufficiently minimal that conscious attention required for detection, explaining why casual visitors displayed no unusual reactions. Our guide directed attention toward rock formations visible through mist, explaining geological processes that created the waterfall's distinctive appearance. I participated in group observation while maintaining peripheral awareness of surrounding environment, particularly areas downstream where previous manifestations had occurred. Nothing unusual appeared during 30 minutes spent at official viewing areas. The waterfall performed according to natural principles visible to ordinary perception. Wildlife behaved according to established patterns, and atmospheric conditions remained consistent with meteorological expectations. Relief gradually replaced vigilance as normal experience continued uninterrupted. When our guide announced continuation toward meadow areas likely to host target bird species, I joined group movement without hesitation. The path leading away from Sentinel Falls followed elevated terrain, providing occasional glimpses of the cascade from increasing distance. With each step of separation, subtle tension diminished proportionally. We had progressed perhaps half-mile beyond the falls when unexpected conversation resumed beside me. The female photographer had matched my walking pace, positioning herself for private discussion while remaining visibly part of larger group. "It didn't show itself today," she stated without preamble. "You've seen it though, haven't you?" Direct acknowledgement of experiences I'd shared with no one created immediate internal conflict. Desire for validation competing with protective instinct to maintain silence regarding encounters beyond conventional explanation. After brief hesitation, compromise seemed appropriate. "I've noticed unusual atmospheric effects around the falls," I admitted carefully. Her knowing smile suggested recognition of deliberate understatement. "Most people experience nothing beyond pretty scenery. Others feel watched but dismiss the sensation. Few actually see the guardian." The term, identical to descriptions found in historical research following my initial encounter, confirmed shared phenomenon rather than coincidental linguistic choice. This woman possessed knowledge beyond casual observation, perhaps comparable to information I'd accumulated through personal experience and subsequent investigation. "What do you know about it?" I asked quietly, glancing ahead to ensure conversation remained private despite surrounding group members. She maintained walking pace, attention apparently focused on surrounding forest rather than discussion topic. "Been part of this area long before the park existed. Indigenous peoples recognized it centuries before European arrival. Watches boundaries between worlds, not malevolent, just observant." The description aligned precisely with conclusions drawn from my research and personal interaction. This confirmation from apparently unrelated source suggested objective phenomenon rather than subjective interpretation. Something genuinely present rather than psychologically constructed. Have you encountered it directly? I inquired, curiosity overcoming caution. Twice in 40 years, she replied without hesitation. Once in my 20s when I foolishly ventured off trail during thunderstorm. Second time 15 years later when photographing night scenes during autumn equinox. Both encounters brief, observational, rather than interactive. Her experience differed from mine, witnessing rather than exchanging. Yet fundamental similarities reinforced growing certainty regarding the watcher's existence and general characteristics. Before pursuing further information, group movement separated us as trail narrowed through dense vegetation. The remainder of our expedition passed without unusual occurrence. Wildlife photography occupied group attention throughout afternoon, resulting in substantial documentation of migratory species and early spring flora. Conversation remained focused on biological and technical subjects, with no further opportunity to continue discussion of Sentinel Falls phenomena. As group members prepared to depart from final gathering point and parking area, the female photographer approached once more, offering business card with contact information. If you want to discuss your encounters further, she explained quietly, I've collected accounts from others who've experienced similar phenomena. Not for publication or internet speculation, just personal understanding. I accepted her card with mixed emotions, appreciation for potential information source competing with desire to establish distance from disturbing experiences. Her parting comment resonated uncomfortably despite casual delivery. It remembers those it's encountered. The fact you're here in group setting suggests your interaction concluded appropriately. Not everyone manages such clean resolution. With these cryptic words, she departed with other group members, leaving unsettling implications regarding potential outcomes for those whose interactions with the watcher followed different patterns. The suggestion that our exchange of knife for departure constituted appropriate resolution implied alternatives I preferred not contemplating. The drive home provided opportunity for processing this unexpected development. Another witness, apparently credible, experienced, and knowledgeable, had independently confirmed phenomena I'd begun questioning despite vivid memory. Her casual certainty regarding the watcher's existence suggested either shared delusion or genuine encounter with objectively real entity beyond conventional categorization. Days passed while I debated contacting her for further information. Professional obligations and daily routines gradually decreased urgency until the business card became simply another item in desk drawer. Potential connection maintained but not activated. The compromise satisfied both curiosity regarding expanded knowledge and protective instinct, advising distance from further involvement. 2 weeks later, circumstances forced reconsideration of this comfortable arrangement. While reviewing photographs taken during the group expedition, I discovered an anomalous image captured without conscious intention. The frame, ostensibly documenting early spring foliage along trail leading from Sentinel Falls, contained unexplainable element unnoticed during initial download. Background forest appeared normal in all respects, with expected vegetation and lighting conditions creating pleasant nature scene. What drew immediate attention was partial figure visible between distant trees, humanoid shape lacking distinct features yet unmistakably present, despite no memory of person occupying that position when photograph was taken. Enlarging the image decreased rather than increased clarity, with figure becoming less rather than more defined through digital enhancement. The form appeared to incorporate elements of surrounding vegetation while maintaining distinctly separate existence, simultaneously part of forest backdrop yet independently present within scene. Comparison with sequential images taken minutes before and after showed empty forest in identical location, confirming no physical person occupied that position during photography session. The figure appeared in single frame without preceding approach or subsequent departure captured in surrounding images. This tangible evidence, captured through mechanical process rather than subjective perception, eliminated remaining doubt regarding objective reality of phenomena experienced at Sentinel Falls. Whatever watched from those woods existed independently of psychological projection or environmental hallucination, manifesting sufficiently to register on digital sensor through standard optical processes. The business card emerged from desk drawer that evening, Contact information entered into phone with mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Our conversation began cautiously, establishing mutual understanding regarding encounters without detailed disclosure of personal experiences. Arrangements developed for meeting at neutral location, public cafe in town midway between our respective residences. 3 days later, seated at corner table with adequate privacy despite public setting, information exchange proceeded with unexpected directness. The photographer, introducing herself formally as Catherine, presented organized documentation spanning decades of reported encounters around Sentinel Falls and similar locations throughout the region. I've confirmed 67 distinct witness accounts since beginning collection in the 1980s, she explained, voice maintained at conversational level despite extraordinary subject matter. Patterns emerge across reports despite witnesses having no contact with each other. Her organized approach impressed me. Methodical documentation without sensationalism or supernatural interpretation. Each account received clinical categorization based on objective criteria. Encounter location, seasonal timing, witness demographics, interaction type, and subsequent effects on individuals involved. The resulting dataset revealed consistent patterns impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Encounters clustered around seasonal transitions, particularly autumn and spring, when natural boundaries between growth and dormancy created transitional states. Locations consistently involved water features, especially where significant elevation changes occurred. Witnesses predominantly traveled alone or in pairs rather than larger groups. Most significantly, interaction outcomes fell into distinct categories with predictable results based on witness response to initial contact. Those who maintained respectful distance while acknowledging presence typically experienced no negative consequences. Those who attempted communication through appropriate means, usually involving symbolic exchange, often reported positive resolutions similar to my own experience. The concerning category involved witnesses who responded with fear-driven aggression, deliberate dismissal, or attempt to document the entity through modern technology beyond simple photography. These individuals frequently reported ongoing phenomena following initial encounter, persistent observation sensations, sleep disruption involving water symbolism, and occasional manifestations in previously secure environments, including private residences. The watcher doesn't pursue or stalk in predatory sense, Catherine clarified, anticipating my unspoken concern. But disrespectful interaction appears to create prolonged connection rather than concluded exchange. The observation continues beyond geographical boundaries once established under certain conditions. This explanation contextualized my own experience. The exchange of knife apparently representing appropriate conclusion ritual that severed ongoing connection. Had I departed without offering acceptable resolution, observation might have continued beyond physical proximity to Sentinel Falls. What exactly is it? I asked directly, seeking definition beyond descriptive observations. Catherine's expression combined resignation with analytical precision. Classification depends entirely on conceptual framework. Indigenous perspective would identify guardian spirit associated with boundary location. Religious interpretation might suggest angel or lesser divinity maintaining natural order. Scientific approach would hypothesize undocumented consciousness existing through alternate physical properties beyond current measurement capabilities. Her deliberately inclusive response avoided commitment to specific explanation while acknowledging multiple interpretative frameworks. This intellectual humility impressed me more than confident proclamation would have. Genuine phenomena frequently elicit exactly this type of categorical uncertainty among honest observers. All frameworks contain partial truth, she continued thoughtfully. What matters practically isn't precise definition, but appropriate interaction protocol when encounters occur. The consistent pattern across centuries suggests stable entity with established behavioral parameters, rather than random manifestation of subjective experiences. Our conversation continued several hours, exploring documented cases with similar characteristics to my own encounter. The database contained sufficient reports to establish statistical validity beyond anecdotal coincidence, yet remained unknown within conventional scientific or paranormal research communities, deliberately maintained as private record rather than published analysis, subject to skeptical dismissal or sensationalist distortion. Before departing, Catherine offered access to a broader network of witnesses who periodically shared experiences and observations regarding boundary phenomena throughout the region. The invitation tempted through promised validation and expanded understanding, yet potential consequences gave pause. Further involvement might strengthen rather than resolve connection to experiences better left concluded. Consider carefully, she advised, recognizing unspoken hesitation. Many find comfort in shared knowledge and confirmation of experiences society dismisses. Others prefer returning to conventional perspective where explanations remain comfortably familiar despite inadequately addressing actual phenomena. Both choices are valid depending on individual needs. With this philosophical neutrality, our meeting concluded. Information shared without recruitment, validation offered without obligation. I departed with expanded understanding, yet increased uncertainty regarding appropriate response to experiences now confirmed through external verification. Subsequent weeks brought gradual integration of new information within existing perspective. The photograph containing the watcher remained secured in encrypted digital storage, tangible evidence maintaining connection to objective reality while appropriately removed from daily consciousness. Catherine's contact information similarly remained available without demanding immediate utilization. My relationship with Ridgemont National Park achieved balanced equilibrium. Regular hiking resumed along trails distant from Sentinel Falls, allowing wilderness appreciation without re-engaging potentially complicated interactions. When circumstances occasionally required passing near the waterfall, I maintained respectful acknowledgement without seeking direct encounter, boundary recognition acceptable to both human visitor and apparent guardian. The watcher continued its vigilant observation of boundaries between known and unknown, manifesting for those whose perception allowed recognition while remaining invisible to visitors seeking only conventional wilderness experience. Its existence neither threatened established reality nor demanded acknowledgement, simply maintaining ancient patterns predating human categorization systems. Occasionally, while hiking distant sections of Ridgemont, momentary awareness of observation registers briefly before dissipating, not unsettling presence but recognized coexistence, mutual inhabitants of landscape containing more than immediately visible components. The sensation resembles awareness of wildlife watching from concealment, natural presence rather than supernatural intrusion. The knife remains wherever exchanges occur between different aspects of reality, physical object transitioning from human ownership to whatever alternative existence accommodates the watcher's requirements. Its loss represents appropriate cost for knowledge gained, connection established, and subsequent release properly negotiated. What watches from Sentinel Falls continues its patient vigilance, preserving boundaries established before human memory, while adapting to changed circumstances surrounding its domain. Those who encounter its manifestation may interpret the experience through individual conceptual frameworks, yet underlying phenomenon remains consistent despite varied terminology applied to its existence. The park contains both ordinary natural beauty and extraordinary manifestations, depending entirely on visitor perception and boundary recognition. Both experiences remain equally valid within their respective frameworks, neither diminishing reality of alternative interpretation. The watcher observes without judgment, maintaining ancient patterns while modern hikers pursue contemporary appreciation of landscapes containing multiple layers of existence simultaneously. Some boundaries deserve respect through appropriate distance rather than aggressive crossing. Some knowledge affects perception permanently without providing definitive explanation. Some encounters conclude properly through mutual recognition rather than enforced categories. These lessons remain whether the watcher manifests as objective entity or symbolic representation of transitional awareness, where different aspects of reality meet, like water flowing between levels, creating spaces where observation continues from perspectives beyond ordinary understanding. Summer arrived with increasing temperatures and corresponding rise in park visitation. Tourists populated main trails daily, concentrated around scenic viewpoints including Sentinel Falls. This human presence created buffer zone between ordinary experience and potential boundary phenomena. The watcher reportedly manifested rarely during peak visitation periods according to Catherine's documentation. Despite establishing comfortable distance from previous encounters, my intellectual curiosity persisted. The photographer's database provided tantalizing fragments suggesting broader context beyond isolated incidents, patterns extending throughout regional geography and historical documentation. Understanding these connections promised integration of personal experience within comprehensible framework, potentially transforming unsettling encounters into manageable knowledge. Research began cautiously, focusing initially on geographical distribution rather than phenomenon itself. Using public records, historical accounts, and archaeological documentation, I mapped locations where similar reports clustered throughout northwestern woodland regions. The resulting pattern revealed consistent association with specific landscape features. Wherever significant water features intersected dramatic elevation changes, reports increased proportionally to create statistical anomalies impossible to dismiss as random distribution. Sentinel Falls represented merely one node within an extensive network of similar locations sharing distinctive characteristics. Each site featured water transitioning between elevation levels through significant drop, creating environmental boundaries where different ecosystems intersected. These physical characteristics apparently corresponded with increased boundary phenomena, including watcher manifestations and associated experiences. Historical investigation revealed additional patterns. Indigenous cultures throughout the region designated these specific locations as spiritually significant, not through traditional sacred site protocols, but distinctive boundary recognition practices. Archaeological evidence documented ritualized activities at these precise locations dating centuries before European contact, consistently involving symbolic exchanges rather than conventional worship behaviors. Anthropological records indicated specialized terminology in multiple indigenous languages, specifically referencing "those who watch from falling water," or comparable phrases depending on translation accuracy. These linguistic markers appeared consistently across otherwise unrelated cultural groups, suggesting observation of objectively real phenomena rather than isolated cultural construction. European settlement brought dramatic reduction in formal recognition of these locations, yet folk practices persisted through modified traditions. Early colonial documents referenced peculiar atmospheres surrounding certain waterfall locations, with subsequent generations developing informal protocols for safe passage involving token offerings at specific sites. These practices continued despite official religious discouragement, suggesting experiential necessity rather than superstitious persistence. Modern documentation revealed continued awareness despite contemporary scientific frameworks rejecting explanations beyond established categories. Park ranger logs contained numerous incident reports classified as visitor disorientation, concentrated around specific locations, including Sentinel Falls. These official records noted statistical anomalies without proposing explanations beyond environmental factors affecting human perception. Throughout research process, I maintained appropriate boundaries, investigating historical and geographical patterns rather than attempting direct re-engagement with phenomena previously encountered. This scholarly distance preserved concluded interaction status while expanding contextual understanding surrounding the experiences. 3 months into this investigation, sufficient patterns emerged to justify consultation with Catherine regarding preliminary findings. Our meeting occurred at the same neutral cafe. Documentation arranged in organized presentation, reflecting academic rather than sensationalist approach to extraordinary subject matter. "You've identified convergent evidence across multiple disciplines," she observed after reviewing materials. "Most researchers focus exclusively on witness accounts or folklore traditions. Few integrate archaeological evidence, geographical distribution, and linguistic markers across cultural boundaries." Her approval validated methodological approach while raising complex implications. If boundary phenomena associated with waterfall locations demonstrated consistent manifestation across centuries documented through multiple independent sources, Traditional dismissal through psychological or cultural explanation became increasingly inadequate. The pattern suggests objective phenomena operating according to consistent parameters, I concluded, maintaining scientific terminology despite extraordinary subject. Whether interpreted through spiritual, psychological, or alternative physics frameworks, something observable exists at these locations with sufficient consistency to generate documentation across diverse human populations throughout recorded history. Catherine nodded thoughtfully, adding personal observation from decades documenting similar phenomena. The consistency extends beyond manifestation to interaction patterns. Appropriate exchange behaviors generate similar results regardless of belief systems involved. This suggests rule-based phenomena rather than subjective experience. Our discussion continued exploring implications of compiled evidence. If watcher phenomena operated according to consistent parameters across centuries, potential existed for establishing formal understanding beyond individual anecdotal experiences. The resulting framework might allow development of appropriate interaction protocols for those encountering boundary manifestations, while simultaneously preserving scientific perspective regarding unexplained phenomena. Have you considered publication? Catherine asked carefully, acknowledging academic risks associated with controversial subject matter. The question prompted immediate internal conflict, desire for broader validation competing with protective instinct toward carefully established professional reputation. Academic standing required maintenance of conventional boundaries regarding acceptable research topics, with career implications for transgressing established parameters. Not through traditional channels, I acknowledged after thoughtful consideration. Formal publication would require theoretical framework acceptable within current scientific paradigm. Evidence suggests phenomena operating beyond established categories, creating immediate rejection regardless of methodological rigor. Catherine accepted this assessment with knowing resignation, having navigated similar terrain throughout decades documenting boundary phenomena. Her approach, maintaining private database while sharing information through carefully established networks of qualified individuals, represented practical compromise between documentation needs and protection from inevitable dismissal by conventional institutions. There's another approach worth considering, she suggested, introducing alternative direction for accumulated research. Historical documentation suggests practical application, rather than theoretical understanding, motivated traditional knowledge systems regarding boundary phenomena. Indigenous practices focused on appropriate interaction protocols rather than explanatory frameworks. This perspective shifted research emphasis from understanding what watched from falling water toward establishing how interactions should proceed when encounters occurred. Historical evidence suggested centuries of accumulated human experience had developed functional protocols, maximizing positive outcomes during boundary encounters. Knowledge preserved through cultural practices despite absence of explanatory frameworks acceptable to modern scientific establishments. Practical wisdom rather than theoretical explanation, I summarized, recognizing valuable direction shift. Focusing on what works rather than what explains. This approach aligned with personal experience. The knife exchange had apparently concluded interaction appropriately, despite occurring without comprehensive understanding of the watcher's nature or origin. Perhaps complete explanation remained unnecessary for practical navigation of boundary phenomena, similar to how early sailors utilized stellar navigation effectively despite lacking astrophysical understanding of observed celestial bodies. Our collaboration expanded following this conceptual reorientation. Catherine introduced additional witnesses whose experiences contributed valuable data regarding successful interaction protocols during boundary encounters. These individuals represented diverse backgrounds, from traditional knowledge keepers maintaining indigenous practices to accidental witnesses who intuitively developed appropriate responses during unexpected encounters. Common elements emerged across seemingly disparate accounts. Successful interactions typically involved 1. Acknowledgement of presence without aggressive approach. 2. Offering of personally significant item rather than random object. 3. Verbal or symbolic expression of boundary recognition and respect. 4. Deliberate conclusion, ritual signaling, interaction completion. These protocols functioned effectively regardless of witness belief systems, working equally well for traditionally spiritual individuals, secular rationalists, and those maintaining agnostic uncertainty regarding phenomena classification. The consistent results suggested rule-based reality rather than belief-dependent manifestation. My contribution involved documenting geographical parameters, predicting potential encounter locations. By analyzing topographical features alongside historical incident clusters, predictive mapping identified locations throughout the region where boundary conditions supported potential watcher manifestations. This practical application transformed abstract research into useful resource for individuals potentially navigating encounter situations. The resulting collaborative document, Practical Protocols for Boundary Locations, a Field Guide, combined Catherine's decades of witness documentation with my geographical and historical research. Rather than attempting explanation of phenomena origins, the guide focused entirely on practical navigation of potential encounters, empowering readers with accumulated wisdom without demanding theoretical acceptance. Limited distribution maintained appropriate boundaries between public information and specialized knowledge. Copies provided to individuals with demonstrated need rather than general publication. Rangers working specific locations received anonymously submitted copies, as did search and rescue personnel frequently responding to disorientation incidents in boundary areas. Additional distribution targeted indigenous knowledge keepers maintaining traditional practices at identified locations. This practical application of research findings provided significant closure regarding personal experiences at Sentinel Falls. Understanding my encounter within broader context normalized extraordinary experience without diminishing its significance, simultaneously validating personal perception while establishing appropriate distance through scholarly perspective. Autumn approached with cooling temperatures and decreasing park visitation. Ridgemont's forests began annual transformation from green uniformity to vibrant diversity, creating natural celebration of seasonal boundaries perfectly aligned with research focus. As personal connection to accumulated knowledge deepened, unexpected development forced reconsideration of established boundaries regarding direct engagement with phenomena previously encountered. Email communication from Catherine arrived containing digital photographs submitted by recent park visitor. The image, captured at Sentinel Falls during late afternoon hike, showed familiar waterfall backdrop with distinctive anomaly visible in peripheral area. Enlargement revealed dark figure positioned among trees, proportions matching previously observed manifestations but with crucial addition. Clearly visible object held an appendage resembling hand. The held item appeared identifiable as knife, with distinctive handle matching father's hunting blade offered during previous encounter. This physical connection between concluded personal interaction and continuing manifestation challenged established assumption regarding appropriate resolution. If exchange truly represented conclusion, why would the watcher continue displaying surrendered object months after interaction completion? Additional information accompanied the photograph, timestamp confirming recent capture rather than historical documentation. Photographer details establishing credible witness unfamiliar with previous incidents, and precise location data placing sighting at identical position to personal encounter months earlier. This development created immediate decision requirement: maintain established distance from concluded interaction or investigate potential continuing connection through deliberate return to encounter location. Practical wisdom suggested respectful distance, while intellectual curiosity advocated controlled investigation under established protocols, documented through research. After thorough consideration, compromise approach emerged. Return to Sentinel Falls would occur during specifically selected conditions, maximizing safety while enabling observation without necessitating direct interaction. Late autumn weekday with forecasted overcast conditions would minimize general visitation while providing adequate daylight for safe navigation. Additional precautions would include 1. Notification of trusted individual regarding exact itinerary. 2. Scheduled check-in communications at predetermined intervals. 3. Maintenance of established trails rather than venturing toward isolated locations. 4. Observation from designated viewpoints without seeking direct engagement. 5. Carrying appropriate offering should unexpected interaction occur despite preventive measures. This structured approach balanced investigative necessity against established wisdom regarding boundary respect. The purpose involved clarification rather than resumption, determining whether continued manifestation with familiar object represented unfinished interaction, requiring additional resolution, or simply established pattern unrelated to personal connection. The selected date arrived with appropriate conditions: heavy cloud cover discouraging casual visitation without threatening dangerous precipitation, temperatures cool but not prohibitive for extended outdoor activity, autumn foliage past peak display, reducing tourist presence to minimal levels. Park entrance revealed empty visitor center parking with single ranger vehicle, indicating standard monitoring without special circumstances. Hiking familiar trails toward Sentinel Falls produced expected physical sensations: moderate exertion, ambient woodland sounds appropriate to season, occasional wildlife movements visible through increasingly bare forest understory. Normal environmental experience persisted until approximately 1 mile from the waterfall location, where subtle atmospheric shift occurred despite absence of visual or auditory anomalies. The transition manifested as slight pressure change perceptible in sinus cavities and inner ear structures, similar to elevation adjustments during air travel but occurring without actual altitude variation. This physiological response aligned with documented accounts describing boundary proximity sensations reported by multiple witnesses in Catherine's database. Continuing forward with heightened awareness, additional subtle anomalies accumulated gradually: slightly delayed sound echoes from footsteps on rocky sections, momentary peripheral movements without identifiable sources, temperature variations unrelated to canopy coverage or wind patterns. These phenomena remained within parameters documented as normal boundary indicators, rather than escalating to direct manifestation level. The main viewing platform appeared ahead, completely vacant despite accessibility and spectacular seasonal display. Water volume had decreased from spring levels but maintained impressive flow, creating standard mist clouds and impact turbulence where Cascade met collection pool. Nothing visibly unusual presented within normal observational parameters. I maintained position at official viewing area, establishing clear intention through predetermined verbal statement despite apparent absence of audience beyond normal woodland inhabitants. I've observed the continued display of exchanged items and seek clarification regarding interaction status. No additional engagement is requested beyond information regarding proper conclusion if previously established protocols were insufficient. No immediate response followed this declaration. Water continued falling without disruption. Ambient forest sounds maintained appropriate rhythms. Light conditions remained consistent with general weather patterns. For approximately 20 minutes, nothing occurred beyond ordinary environmental processes. Then subtle shift registered at subconscious level before conscious perception identified specific change. The waterfall sound altered slightly, not volume or flow rate, but acoustic properties affecting how sound waves traveled through surrounding air. The modification created unusual clarity where certain frequency ranges became distinctly perceptible despite distance from source point. Within this altered acoustic environment, pattern emerged resembling structured communication rather than random variation. The water sounds organized into rhythmic sequences with distinct pauses between groupings, suggesting deliberate formation rather than natural flow patterns. Though lacking linguistic components recognizable through conventional understanding, the sequences conveyed unmistakable intentionality. I remained motionless, allowing sensory systems to adapt to modified perception parameters. Additional anomalies manifested gradually, air movements around the platform occurring in patterns unrelated to thermal currents or wind direction, light refraction through mist creating sustained rather than momentary rainbow formations, vegetation near water's edge moving in coordinated patterns despite individual stems lacking physical connection. These phenomena matched documented accounts of active boundary conditions without crossing threshold into direct manifestation observed during previous encounter. The experience suggested intentional communication through environmental adjustment rather than physical appearance. More subtle interaction respecting established boundaries while acknowledging registered presence. After approximately 40 minutes, environmental conditions returned to normal parameters through equally gradual transition. Water sounds resumed standard acoustic properties. Air movements followed natural thermal patterns. Light refraction returned to expected physical behavior based on atmospheric conditions. The shift concluded with sudden clarity regarding knife display in recent photograph. Not indication of unfinished business, but confirmation of exchange acknowledgement. The understanding formed without conventional information transfer mechanisms, yet carried absolute certainty, transcending subjective interpretation. The watcher had displayed the exchanged item not as request for additional interaction, but as demonstration of maintained agreement between parties, recognition of concluded communication, rather than continuation invitation. This revelation provided complete resolution to lingering questions regarding encounter status. The boundary between human visitor and watching entity remained appropriately established. Exchange protocols had functioned as intended, and continued separate existence proceeded with mutual recognition rather than ongoing obligation. Nothing further required action or resolution from either participating consciousness. I departed Sentinel Falls with profound sense of completion, transcending mere intellectual understanding. The research documenting boundary phenomena across geographical locations and historical periods retained scientific validity and practical application. The personal experience maintained appropriately integrated status within larger understanding. The watching presence continued its ancient observational role without requiring human categorization or explanation. The practical protocols document would continue distribution to appropriate recipients, potentially preventing negative outcomes during future encounters without necessitating theoretical frameworks beyond individual comfort zones. Indigenous wisdom, historical documentation, and contemporary experience had successfully integrated into functional approach, transcending explanatory limitations while preserving practical utility. Ridgemont National Park contained wilderness beauty accessible through conventional understanding alongside boundary phenomena perceptible to appropriately attuned awareness. Both realities coexisted without contradiction or conflict. Parallel experiences available according to perceptual frameworks brought by individual visitors. The watching presence acknowledged those capable of recognition while remaining appropriately invisible to those unprepared for expanded awareness. What watches from falling water continues its patient observation across countless locations where boundaries between different aspects of reality permit interaction under specific conditions. Those encountering its manifestation may interpret through frameworks ranging from spiritual guardian to interdimensional entity to psychological projection, each perspective containing partial validity without encompassing complete understanding beyond human categorical limitations. Some knowledge remains experiential rather than explanatory, practical rather than theoretical, mysterious rather than defined. The watcher embodies this understanding through continued existence beyond classification systems while operating according to consistent interaction parameters when boundaries temporarily thin between different aspects of reality. Winter descended upon Ridgemont with characteristic severity. Heavy snowfall transforming familiar landscapes into temporarily alien terrain. Freezing temperatures creating crystalline formations where water previously flowed freely. Shortened daylight hours limiting wilderness access to brief windows between dawn and dusk. Park visitation decreased to occasional hardy enthusiasts specifically equipped for extreme conditions, rather than casual tourists seeking scenic views. During this seasonal dormancy, my research continued expanding through historical archives and indigenous knowledge preservation projects. Winter traditionally represented storytelling season among native cultures throughout the region. Elders sharing accumulated wisdom during long evenings when outdoor activities remained necessarily limited. This traditional timing made accessing cultural knowledge regarding boundary phenomena surprisingly accessible through properly respectful channels. Several indigenous knowledge keepers, after establishing my sincere interest and respectful approach, shared traditional understandings regarding watching entities associated with waterfall locations. Their perspectives emphasized relationship rather than explanation, How different aspects of reality maintained appropriate connections through boundary guardians, ensuring proper separation while permitting occasional necessary communication across established divisions. The Watchers existed before people came to these lands, one elder explained during extended conversation. They maintain boundaries between worlds that must remain separate for proper functioning yet require occasional interaction for balanced existence. They observe without judgment, ensuring passages occur only when appropriate conditions align and proper protocols maintain respectful interaction. This relational understanding contrasted with Western categorical approach, seeking definitive classification within established frameworks. Indigenous perspective suggested some phenomena inherently resist final explanation, while operating according to consistent principles discernible through accumulated experience, rather than theoretical models. This wisdom aligned precisely with practical protocols emerging from research collaboration with Catherine. As winter deepened toward solstice, unexpected communication arrived from previously unknown source. A university anthropology professor studying indigenous storytelling traditions had encountered Catherine's contact information through academic networks focused on folklore preservation. His research revealed historical documentation of ceremonial gathering traditionally occurring at Sentinel Falls during winter solstice, specifically addressing watching entities through collective acknowledgement. The recorded practice hasn't occurred in living memory, his detailed message explained. Historical documentation indicates participation from multiple tribal representatives gathering at specific waterfall locations during solstice to maintain appropriate boundary recognition through formal exchange protocols. The ceremony reportedly prevented boundary deterioration that might otherwise result from extended seasonal freezing of waterfall flows. This information introduced previously unconsidered dimension to boundary phenomena research. If watching entities maintained connections with flowing water serving as physical manifestation of metaphysical boundary, seasonal interruption through freezing might potentially disrupt established patterns maintained through centuries of consistent interaction. Traditional gatherings potentially served practical function beyond mere cultural observation or supernatural supplication. Further investigation through historical weather records revealed concerning pattern. Years featuring complete freezing of Sentinel Falls during winter months, statistically correlated with increased incident reports surrounding the location during subsequent spring seasons. These incidents, categorized through Park Service records as visitor disorientation events requiring rescue intervention, occurred with significantly higher frequency following winters when water flow ceased completely for extended periods. Indigenous ceremonial gatherings had apparently served practical function, maintaining boundary stability during seasonal transitions, when natural mechanisms temporarily suspended. The discontinued practice, interrupted through colonial displacement and subsequent cultural disruption, potentially explained increased modern incidents during specific seasonal patterns, matching conditions currently developing in Ridgemont. Weather forecasts predicted historically low temperatures continuing through upcoming solstice period, with Sentinel Falls expected to freeze completely for first time in 17 years. Without traditional ceremonies maintaining appropriate boundary recognition during this critical transition period, potential existed for significant disruption to established interaction patterns carefully documented through collaborative research. The situation required difficult decision regarding appropriate response. Personal involvement carried potential risks given previous direct encounters with boundary phenomena. Professional reputation concerns remained relevant considering mainstream academic dismissal of subject matter beyond established categories. Practical limitations included severe weather conditions, making wilderness access dangerous even for experienced individuals properly equipped for extreme environments. After thorough consideration involving consultation with Catherine and selected Indigenous advisors, compromise approach emerged balancing various considerations. A small group would conduct abbreviated ceremony acknowledging watching entities and offering appropriate exchanges during winter solstice at Sentinel Falls. The gathering would include 1. Indigenous knowledge keeper maintaining traditional understanding of proper ceremonial protocols. 2. Catherine representing accumulated contemporary documentation of boundary phenomena. 3. Myself contributing geographical and historical research perspective. 4. The anthropology professor bringing academic observation balanced with appropriate respect. This limited participation acknowledged ceremonial significance without attempting large-scale recreation of traditional gatherings that rightfully belonged within specific cultural contexts. The purpose focused on practical boundary maintenance rather than spiritual or academic objectives, addressing potential physical disruption through appropriate acknowledgement protocols documented across diverse sources. Preparation involved practical considerations beyond ceremonial aspects. Winter conditions required specialized equipment for safe wilderness navigation, insulated clothing layers, traction devices for icy terrain, emergency supplies ensuring survival should unexpected circumstances delay return to civilization. Communication protocols established regular check-ins with outside contacts, monitoring expedition, progress through satellite devices functioning beyond cellular coverage limitations. The solstice morning arrived with temperature readings reaching historic lows, frozen landscape glistening under clear skies that promised spectacular visibility while guaranteeing brutal cold. Our small group assembled at park entrance before dawn, reviewing final safety protocols while preparing equipment for challenging hiking conditions. The indigenous elder, introducing himself simply as Joseph, conducted brief blessing ceremony before departure, establishing appropriate mindset for approaching boundary locations with necessary respect. The trail to Sentinel Falls, normally requiring 90 minutes, extended into 3-hour journey through snow-covered terrain, requiring careful navigation around ice-encased obstacles. Conversation remained minimal during transit, partly conserving energy in challenging conditions, but primarily maintaining appropriate solemn preparation for ceremonial purpose. Each participant carried small offerings selected according to personal significance rather than material value, following documented protocol patterns maximizing successful boundary interactions. Approaching the falls revealed dramatic transformation from familiar appearance. Where water normally thundered continuously, now massive ice formations created crystalline sculptures seemingly suspended in mid-flow. Sunlight refracting through translucent surfaces created rainbow projections across surrounding snow-covered landscape. The scene presented breathtaking natural beauty while simultaneously emphasizing profound wrongness. Dynamic boundary converted to static display through seasonal interruption. Joseph paused at trail junction leading to viewing platform, conducting brief personal ceremony before proceeding further. His practiced movements demonstrated lifetime familiarity with protocols appropriate for boundary approaches, establishing permission rather than assuming access rights. Only after completing these preparations did he signal readiness for continued advancement toward primary ceremonial location. The main viewing platform provided adequate space for our small gathering, despite partial snow coverage reducing usable surface area. Joseph directed positioning according to traditional parameters. Participants forming semicircle facing frozen waterfall with specific orientation aligning solar position with geographical features. Individual placement apparently carried significance beyond practical arrangement, suggesting ceremonial mapping reflecting larger cosmological understanding. The watching ones respond to intention and respect rather than specific words or actions, Joseph explained while removing ceremonial items from his pack. Different peoples developed different approaches, but underlying recognition remains consistent across traditions. We acknowledge boundaries requiring maintenance while offering exchange, demonstrating respect for necessary separation. The ceremonial process unfolded through careful stages, blending traditional elements with practical considerations adapted for contemporary circumstances. Small fire established in portable container provided both practical warmth and symbolic transformation medium. Botanical elements, cedar, sage, sweetgrass, produced aromatic smoke carrying ceremonial significance, while physical molecules traveled boundary spaces between participants and frozen waterfall. Joseph's spoken components incorporated indigenous language phrases alongside English translations, ensuring understanding among participants while maintaining traditional formulations carrying centuries of accumulated meaning. The content emphasized relationship rather than supplication, acknowledging mutual existence within shared landscape while respecting necessary separations between different aspects of reality. Each participant presented individual offerings through ceremonial process involving statement of personal intention, followed by physical placement at designated location. Catherine contributed handcrafted journal containing witness accounts documenting boundary encounters. The anthropologist offered traditional tobacco acquired through appropriate indigenous sources. My contribution involved topographical map documenting boundary locations throughout regional watershed systems. Throughout ceremony, ambient conditions remained physically normal yet perceptually altered. Standard winter forest environment experienced through heightened awareness, creating distinctive ceremonial atmosphere. The frozen waterfall reflected sunlight without unusual patterns. Surrounding vegetation remained appropriately static in windless conditions, and wildlife absence matched expected behavior during extreme temperature conditions. As ceremonial components neared completion, subtle atmospheric changes accumulated gradually. Not dramatic manifestations, but progressive shifts in perception parameters similar to previous boundary encounters. Air density appeared to fluctuate slightly, creating visual distortion reminiscent of heat mirages despite freezing temperatures. Sound transmission acquired unusual clarity where distant forest noises registered with unexpected precision. Light reflection through ice formations produced sustained rather than transitional rainbow effects, maintaining consistent positions despite changing solar angles. Joseph acknowledged these manifestations through ceremonial response, indicating expected development rather than concerning anomaly. His practiced movements and confident continuation suggested witnessing anticipated ceremonial progression rather than unexpected phenomena requiring adaptation. The ceremony continued through predetermined stages, without interruption, despite increasingly apparent boundary thinning effects surrounding our small group. The culmination approached with solar position reaching ceremonial alignment appropriate for solstice observance. Joseph indicated final offering stage requiring simultaneous presentation of remaining ceremonial elements, while maintaining specific positional arrangement reinforcing boundary recognition patterns. The precise timing apparently held particular significance regarding transitional moments during seasonal extremes when natural boundaries underwent maximum stress through environmental conditions. As this critical juncture approached, dramatic transformation occurred without warning. Massive cracking sounds echoed across the viewing area as frozen waterfall sections shifted position, not through temperature change causing melting, but apparently through internal pressure building within ice structures. Large crystalline formations fractured along multiple planes, creating momentary impression of impending collapse threatening participant safety. Instead of falling, separated ice sections remained suspended in physically impossible configurations. Massive weight unsupported by visible means yet maintaining precise positions, creating three-dimensional pattern throughout previously solid formation. The resulting configuration resembled frozen explosion captured mid-process, with hundreds of individual ice fragments hanging motionless in complex arrangement, defying gravitational expectations. Within this transformed environment, boundary manifestation occurred beyond previous experience parameters. Rather than singular watching entity appearing at specific location, multiple presence indicators manifested simultaneously throughout suspended ice array. Each major fragment contained subtle darkness, suggesting entity partial manifestation, creating impression of fragmented consciousness distributed across physical environment, rather than unified presence occupying specific location. Joseph maintained ceremonial focus despite unprecedented manifestation scale, continuing final ritual components with practiced precision indicating preparation for various potential development scenarios. His calm, procedural adherence communicated confidence through established protocols, despite extraordinary circumstance presentation, providing stability anchor for less experienced participants encountering boundary phenomena exceeding previous documentation. The distributed manifestation stabilized momentarily, then underwent secondary transformation as individual fragments began emitting subtle illumination from interior darkness. The effect resembled bioluminescence observed in deep marine organisms, but occurring within solid ice structures suspended throughout the frozen waterfall. This internal light source created complex shadow patterns across snow-covered landscapes surrounding the viewing platform, forming recognizable symbolism matching petroglyph documentation from archaeological sites throughout the region. The anthropologist gasped audibly while retrieving documentation materials from his pack, apparently recognizing specific symbolic patterns representing significant cultural markers known through academic research. Catherine maintained observational focus while recording manifestation details through written notation and occasional whispered comments into a small recording device. Joseph continued ceremonial process without interruption, suggesting experience with similar manifestations through traditional knowledge transmission. My own response combined academic observation with visceral recognition, intellectual categorization, documenting unprecedented phenomena occurring simultaneously with intuitive understanding beyond rational explanation. The boundary between scholarly researcher and direct participant blurred through immediate experience, transcending theoretical frameworks, creating integrated perception, incorporating multiple awareness levels operating simultaneously. As manifestation intensity peaked, communication occurred without conventional sensory input. Information transferred directly through awareness modification rather than symbolic representation requiring interpretation. The content conveyed complex understanding regarding boundary maintenance functions served by watching entities, natural systems incorporating non-physical components ensuring different reality aspects, maintained appropriate separation while permitting necessary interaction under specific controlled conditions. The watching presence normally manifesting as singular entity at Sentinel Falls actually represented localized expression of distributed consciousness extending throughout regional watershed systems. Seasonal freezing interrupted physical manifestation medium without affecting underlying consciousness, creating temporary discontinuity requiring acknowledgement through ceremonial recognition, re-establishing appropriate relationship patterns. This direct information transfer occurred without linguistic structure, yet conveyed precise conceptual understanding transcending normal communication limitations. Each participant apparently received information components aligned with individual perspective and understanding capacity. Joseph nodding with recognition of concepts aligned with traditional knowledge. Catherine documenting confirmation of research patterns. The anthropologist experiencing academic framework expansion, incorporating previously dismissed indigenous wisdom validity. The manifestation reached maximum intensity, then began gradual recession phase. Suspended ice fragments slowly resuming normal physical behavior through sequential rather than simultaneous movement. Individual sections descended at controlled pace, reconnecting with main ice formation through precise alignment, restoring apparent natural configuration while maintaining subtle interior illumination visible only through direct observation under specific awareness conditions. As physical manifestation returned toward normal parameters, final communication occurred through brief but intense awareness modification. The content conveyed appreciation for ceremonial acknowledgement, while confirming establishment of appropriate boundary maintenance continuation through winter season. Additional information suggested similar acknowledgement would benefit multiple regional locations experiencing parallel seasonal transition challenges through interrupted water flow serving as physical manifestation medium. Joseph completed ceremonial closure sequences as manifestation concluded, ensuring appropriate transition from direct interaction to separated existence, while maintaining respectful recognition of continued presence beyond active communication phase. His practiced movements demonstrated generations of accumulated wisdom regarding proper boundary interaction protocols, preserved through cultural transmission despite historical disruption. Our small group remained at the viewing platform through brief recovery period, allowing integration of extraordinary experience within individual processing frameworks. Joseph offered traditional beverages supporting physical recovery while simultaneously serving ceremonial conclusion function. Conversation remained minimal despite numerous potential discussion topics, each participant apparently requiring personal integration time before attempting verbal exchange regarding shared experience exceeding conventional descriptive capacity. The return journey proceeded without incident beyond normal winter hiking challenges. Weather conditions remained stable, equipment functioned as designed, and navigation followed established routes without disorientation, despite significant emotional and psychological processing occurring simultaneously with physical travel. Check-in communications maintained scheduled intervals, providing security confirmation for external contacts monitoring expedition progress. Upon returning to park entrance facilities, our group conducted brief debriefing session establishing documentation protocols while respecting ceremonial aspects requiring appropriate privacy. Joseph provided guidance regarding which observed elements could be appropriately recorded for research purposes versus ceremonial components deserving protection from academic dissection. This balanced approach respected indigenous knowledge sovereignty while permitting appropriate information preservation serving practical boundary interaction purposes. The following weeks provided integration period, allowing extraordinary experience incorporation within existing research frameworks without forced categorization, exceeding evidence parameters. The anthropologist contributed valuable academic perspective documenting historical ceremonial practices now confirmed through direct observation. Catherine updated witness account database with appropriately anonymized documentation, preserving experience details while respecting privacy considerations. Joseph facilitated connection with additional indigenous knowledge keepers maintaining parallel traditions at different regional boundary locations. My contribution focused on geographical documentation, establishing correlation between boundary manifestation locations and watershed system interconnections. The resulting mapping revealed network patterns previously unrecognized through isolated location analysis, suggesting distributed consciousness manifesting through connected water systems rather than independent phenomena occurring at separate locations. This perspective transformed understanding from individual entity encounters to interconnected boundary system maintenance functioning throughout regional ecosystem. Spring approached with gradual temperature increase, releasing frozen waterways through natural seasonal transition. Monitoring systems established at Sentinel Falls documented normal flow resumption without unusual incident patterns, suggesting successful boundary maintenance through winter interruption period. Continued observation throughout subsequent seasons confirmed significant reduction in visitor disorientation incidents compared with statistical predictions based on extended freezing duration. The solstice ceremony represented turning point in boundary phenomena research, moving beyond documentation of individual experiences toward practical application, preserving balanced relationship between different aspects of reality sharing geographical space while maintaining necessary separation. The watching presence continues its ancient observation role throughout connected waterway systems, occasionally manifesting when appropriate conditions align with necessary communication requirements. What watches from falling water maintains boundaries established before human presence while adapting to changing circumstances affecting physical manifestation mediums. Those encountering its presence may interpret through various conceptual frameworks while sharing common practical interaction protocols ensuring appropriate relationship maintenance despite theoretical differences. The ceremonial acknowledgement tradition continues through adaptive contemporary forms respecting indigenous wisdom while incorporating broader participation when appropriate circumstances require expanded recognition. Reality contains multiple simultaneous truths operating at different perception levels without contradiction. Scientific understanding describing physical processes, traditional wisdom preserving relationship knowledge, contemporary documentation establishing practical interaction protocols. These approaches coexist within expanded awareness, embracing partial understanding while acknowledging inherent limitations within any single interpretive framework. The watcher continues observing from boundaries between worlds requiring separation, while occasionally permitting necessary interaction under appropriate conditions. Those encountering its manifestations participate in ancient relationship patterns, extending beyond individual experience into broader interconnected systems, maintaining balanced existence across multiple reality aspects, sharing physical geography while occupying different perceptual dimensions. 2 years have passed since the winter solstice ceremony at Sentinel Falls. During this period, significant changes occurred in both external circumstances and personal understanding regarding boundary phenomena associated with waterfall locations throughout Ridgemont National Park and surrounding watershed systems. The collaborative research project initiated through Catherine's witness documentation and my geographical analysis has expanded into formally structured study involving multiple disciplines, each contributing valuable perspective while respecting inherent limitations within individual methodological frameworks. The anthropologist secured modest university funding supporting cultural practice documentation, specifically addressing traditional ceremonial approaches to boundary locations. Joseph facilitated appropriate indigenous participation, ensuring research respected cultural protocols while benefiting from traditional knowledge preserved through generations of careful transmission. My own involvement evolved from individual researcher seeking personal understanding toward coordination role, facilitating communication between diverse participants approaching common phenomena through different conceptual frameworks. This position required careful balance between academic rigor, practical application, and appropriate respect for knowledge systems operating beyond conventional scientific categorization schemes. Seasonal ceremonies now occur at major boundary locations throughout the regional watershed system. Conducted through collaborative participation involving indigenous knowledge keepers, academic observers, and selected individuals demonstrating appropriate relationship capacity through previous boundary encounters. These gatherings follow traditional timing, corresponding with critical seasonal transitions, winter and summer solstices, spring and autumn equinoxes, when boundary conditions naturally fluctuate through astronomical and meteorological influences. Documentation continues through carefully designed protocols respecting ceremonial privacy while preserving practical information benefiting broader understanding. The resulting knowledge base expands steadily through consistent observation rather than dramatic revelation. Incremental understanding accumulating through patient documentation across multiple seasons and locations rather than spectacular individual incidents. Personal relationship with Ridgemont National Park has achieved comfortable equilibrium between ordinary appreciation and extraordinary awareness. Regular hiking throughout the park's extensive trail system continues providing physical exercise and psychological refreshment without requiring constant boundary awareness. Periodic participation in ceremonial gatherings maintains appropriate acknowledgement of watching presence without demanding continuous engagement beyond necessary interaction points. Sentinel Falls remains significant location within this evolving understanding, not through avoidance or fearful respect, but appropriate recognition of its function within larger interconnected system. Visits occur regularly without dramatic manifestations or unusual experiences disrupting normal wilderness appreciation. The watching presence continues its observation role without requiring acknowledgement beyond established ceremonial patterns, maintaining appropriate boundary relationship. The knife offered during initial encounter remains unrecovered, continuing its transition from personal possession to boundary exchange token through processes transcending conventional physical understanding. This exchange represents appropriate cost for knowledge gained rather than sacrifice requiring replacement or compensation. Some gifts establish relationships continuing beyond initial transaction, creating ongoing connections maintained through mutual recognition rather than repeated material exchange. Catherine's documentation project continues expanding through carefully verified witness accounts collected through increasingly sophisticated interview protocols, differentiating genuine boundary encounters from imagination or exaggeration. The resulting database provides valuable resource supporting individuals experiencing similar phenomena without established conceptual frameworks adequately explaining their experiences. This practical approach offers validation without requiring theoretical acceptance beyond individual comfort zones. Joseph's contribution extends beyond ceremonial leadership to include educational outreach within appropriate indigenous contexts, preserving traditional knowledge while adapting transmission methods addressing contemporary circumstances. Young community members receive guidance regarding boundary interaction protocols through carefully structured teaching, combining traditional wisdom with practical application relevant to modern wilderness experiences. This knowledge transfer ensures cultural continuity while acknowledging changed circumstances surrounding ancestral territories, now designated as public parklands. The anthropologist's academic contribution provides valuable documentation preserving ceremonial practices through appropriate scholarly frameworks respecting indigenous knowledge sovereignty. His published articles maintain careful balance between academic rigor and cultural respect, providing sufficient documentation supporting scholarly validity while avoiding exploitative exposure of ceremonial elements requiring protection from inappropriate dissemination. This work establishes important precedent regarding responsible academic engagement with indigenous knowledge systems. My own perspective continues evolving through this ongoing collaborative experience. Academic training initially approached boundary phenomena as objects requiring classification within established theoretical frameworks, categorizing experiences according to predetermined schemas, validating understanding through familiar terminology. This approach gradually transformed toward relationship-based understanding, resembling indigenous perspectives, respecting phenomena as participants within mutual interaction systems rather than passive subjects requiring external explanation. The watching presence extending throughout watershed systems maintains ancient patterns predating human categorization schemes while adapting to changed circumstances affecting traditional interaction methods. Whether interpreted as spiritual entity, interdimensional consciousness, or emergent natural phenomenon within expanded ecosystem understanding, practical interaction protocols remain consistently effective across diverse conceptual frameworks. This pragmatic functionality transcends theoretical disagreements regarding ultimate classification or explanation. Personal understanding continues developing through combined approaches: scientific methodology, documenting observable patterns; traditional wisdom, preserving relationship knowledge; and direct experience providing experiential understanding, transcending intellectual categorization. These complementary perspectives operate simultaneously rather than competitively, each contributing valuable dimension toward comprehensive understanding, exceeding limitations inherent within individual approaches. Regular visits to Sentinel Falls now occur without expectation or apprehension, simply acknowledging location significance within larger system while appreciating natural beauty through ordinary perception. The watching presence continues observation without requiring special acknowledgement beyond established ceremonial patterns, maintaining appropriate boundary recognition. This normalized relationship preserves extraordinary awareness within ordinary experience without demanding continuous conscious engagement, disrupting natural wilderness appreciation. Last autumn, during regular hiking expedition along familiar trails, I encountered unexpected evidence of continued boundary presence beyond ceremonial contexts. Photography documenting seasonal foliage captured subtle manifestation, visible only during later review. Familiar darkness partially visible between distant trees, positioned observing rather than approaching, maintaining appropriate separation while acknowledging mutual recognition through momentary presence within recordable spectrum. This casual acknowledgement without dramatic manifestation represented evolved relationship transcending initial encounter intensity. Comfortable coexistence replacing unsettling discovery through established mutual understanding. The watching presence continues fulfilling ancient observation role while permitting occasional recognition, confirming continued relationship without demanding extraordinary interaction, disrupting normal boundary maintenance. The knife remains wherever exchanges occur between different aspects of reality, physical object transitioning from human ownership to boundary token through processes operating beyond conventional understanding. Its continued absence represents appropriate cost for knowledge gained through extraordinary experience, rather than loss requiring replacement. Some exchanges continue generating value beyond initial transaction, creating ongoing relationship maintained through mutual recognition, rather than repeated material transfers. What watches from falling water continues its patient vigil throughout interconnected watershed systems, maintaining boundaries established before human categorization schemes, while adapting to changed circumstances affecting traditional interaction patterns. Those encountering its manifestations may interpret through diverse conceptual frameworks while sharing common practical understanding regarding appropriate relationship maintenance transcending theoretical differences. Reality contains multiple simultaneous truths operating at different perception levels without contradiction. Scientific understanding describing physical processes, traditional wisdom preserving relationship knowledge, Contemporary documentation, establishing practical interaction protocols. These approaches coexist within expanded awareness, embracing partial understanding while acknowledging inherent limitations within any single interpretive framework. The Watcher remains, not supernatural entity demanding worship nor psychological projection requiring therapeutic intervention, nor undiscovered natural phenomenon awaiting scientific classification. Its existence transcends categorical limitations while operating according to consistent patterns discernible through patient observation and respectful interaction. Some phenomena remain appropriately mysterious while simultaneously permitting practical relationship development through accumulated experience rather than comprehensive explanation. Ridgemont National Park contains both ordinary natural beauty, accessible through conventional perception, and extraordinary boundary phenomena available to appropriately attuned awareness. Both realities coexist without contradiction or conflict, parallel experiences available according to individual perception rather than competing interpretations requiring selection between mutually exclusive alternatives. The seasons continue their eternal cycle at Sentinel Falls, water flowing freely during warmer months, freezing into crystalline formations during winter extremes, returning to liquid movement through spring thaw. Throughout these physical transformations, the watching presence maintains consistent observation role, sometimes visible through direct manifestation, occasionally perceptible through subtle awareness modification, always present beyond conventional perception through boundary maintenance functions, predating human presence in these ancient landscapes. Some boundaries deserve respect through appropriate acknowledgement, rather than aggressive crossing. Some knowledge affects perception permanently without providing definitive explanation. Some encounters conclude properly through mutual recognition, rather than enforced categorization. These lessons remain whether the Watcher manifests as objective entity or symbolic representation of transitional awareness, where different aspects of reality meet like water flowing between levels, creating spaces where observation continues from perspectives beyond ordinary understanding.